Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки, мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Hello everyone. Yeah, finally I'm here. It's me, Daniil, Yuffa, second year in a row. Russian Superfinal just started, and we are here in Gogolevsky 14 in Moscow with 12 strongest players in participating in this fantastical and very entertaining event. I hope technical issues won't affect our broadcast, and I'll be with you all day long. And let's take a look on the playing hall. The game just have started, and we have 3 new faces in Russian Superfinal, 3 young lads. Andrei Yesipenko, a very promising talent, probably future next Russian champion, probably world champion, why not? So currently he's 18 and his elo is almost 2700. Also winner of Russian Higher League Maxim Chigaev, and Mikhail Antipov, who plays in the first round against Minister of Defense Sergei Karakin. Yeah, we can see Peter Swidler and Alexei Gaganov on the screen. All players playing with masks and these plexiglass. Of course, we have to mention that the circumstances are quite, they're special, and everything is made according to anti-COVID protocol. Yes. So, yeah, there is Vladimir Fedoseev. This year was a year of ups and downs for Vladimir. He was quite good in internet chess, winning very strong events. Also, Maxim Chigaev didn't waste time and played quite good in internet. Yeah, and the players, most of the players were used to play in internet because of lack of tournaments, the lack of possibility to fly to cross the borders, because everything was locked down and only very few tournaments took part in Europe and Russia. It was quite difficult to organize, but the Russian Chess Federation managed to make this event and make this dream for fans, for best Russian players, come true. And probably now it's time to take a quick view on the first moves of this very, very good and strong tournament. So, maybe we can start with Antipov against Karakin. Just quickly scroll all the moves on the board. Yeah, we can see Andrei Yesipenko. Probably his opponent is absent. Whom he's playing against? He plays against Daniil Dubov. And Dubov has whites, and we can see that there is no moves. It seems that Daniil is just absent, because otherwise he would initially show his prep off. Yeah, so Daniil just came to the playing hall, and yeah, he's here. Everything is fine. So, yeah, the game started. Just today's pairings: Antipov against Karakin, Vitigov against Artemiev. It would be quite tough matchup. Gaganov against Swidler, St. Petersburg derby, or Bronze Horseman derby, I would say. Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov. It would be quite tense, for sure. Fedoseev against Chigaev, and Dubov against Yesipenko. So it seems to me that the most promising games will be Antipov against Karakin. Antipov plays very good chess recently. He qualified to Superfinal. He came back from 2550 elo less than a year to 2611, as we can see. And yes, and I think like Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov will be quite interesting. Also Dubov against Yesipenko, for sure, 2 young talents. The most promising Russian talent against the World Rapid 2018 champion. And we'll take a look on the women's pairings. We also have some new faces. I think as well, I can be mistaken, but probably Lea Garifulny didn't play last year, but for sure Yulia Grigorieva and Tatiana Getman are. I think this is the first time I see them in the Russian Women's Superfinal. And of course, Olga Giria, former Russian champion, Natalia Pagonina. But you know what? I can't see Alexandra. Yeah, I see Alexandra Gorechkina. She plays against Valentina Gulina. Probably that will be the most intriguing game of the first round in the women's section. Yeah, so as we quickly look for the pairings, maybe it's time to start with chess, with picturesque lines, with unpredictable moves, with super decisions. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the board to be shown up on the screen. Now we can see only Peter against Petersvili against Alexei Gaganov. Yeah, just quickly scrolling all the moves on the men's section. Antipov against Karakin, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, Gioco Piano, d3, knight f6, and bishop g5. Not the very popular line, but it seems to be quite solid. For white, yeah, bishop e7 is very, very solid line, so probably just, yeah, unpinning the queen, planning to castle, play d6, and trade the black squared bishops. Yeah, so there is nothing special, still the players are following theory. And yeah, the second one will be, let's say, yeah, we can just go in order that I have in my screen. Vityugov against Artemiev. Last year, Artemiev lost against Vityugov with white, so we'll see if Vladislav will try to bounce back from the painful loss. Yeah, e4, c5, knight f3, e6. Yeah, d4, c takes d4, knight d4, knight f6, so there is no Taimanov. And knight c3, knight c6, this is a line that Alexei Dreyev used to play quite often last year. Knight db5, bishop c5, yeah. It's not that popular. And yeah, so we'll see what white will follow up with. So it seems that knight d6 looks very, yeah, that's just a very popular line. Yeah, knight d6, I think king e7, knight c8, rook c8, and so frankly speaking, I don't know what white is planning to do, but I'm 100% sure this is still a theory. So the only black's problem that their king is not in a full safety, because like black has to spend 2 extra moves, let's say playing rook e8 and king f8, king g8. Yeah, but otherwise, if not knight d6, it's, so yeah, for sure it's still a theory. Yeah, I'll just refresh the board once again. Yeah, so bishop c5, if not knight d6. Maybe bishop f4 is a plan also. Bishop f4 and, well, yeah, just a game. Oops, sorry, we have some technical issues. Yeah, yeah, we have full screen on the board. Vityugov against Artemiev, and so what has been played? Bishop f4, e5. I think bishop g5. Yeah, but what's next? Yes, yeah, it was probably knight d6, king e7, bishop f4, e5, knight f5, king f8, bishop g5. So that's also a possible line. I'm not very familiar with it, but well, obviously Vlad knows everything well, but so the question is, what is the conclusion about this position? What is the evaluation? So probably Vlad was trying to surprise his opponent somehow, but it feels like Nikita was ready for it. Yeah, so we are finally back in the studio. I think everything is fixed now, and we just, yeah. Video against Artemiev, knight d6 check, king e7 as I predicted, and then bishop f4 instead of knight takes c8. e5 check, king f8, bishop g5, this is the position on the board. Yeah, the position looks quite interesting, for sure it's a theory. So, if I pull back, what I do? So, let's say if let's say h6, if h6 and bishop probably takes on f6, queen f6, knight d5, the position looks very unpleasant for black, and Vlad decided to play bishop b4, trying to eliminate the knight on c3. Yeah, but what is the point? Does he really want to take on c3? If he takes, his d6 square will be... So it can hurt black for sure, because like queen d6 check will be a very dangerous threat. And let's say probably h6 is still the main idea instead of taking on 3-3. So if bishop b4, yeah, let's say if white simply plays bishop d3, then black have an option to play d7, d5. Yeah. Daniil and Alexei Gaganov came to Nikita and Vlad's board to see how, I mean, probably they were a bit surprised with black's decision to play this very rare opening, very rare line. Bishop b4. I don't know how many times this position has been played on the professional level. So, okay, well, let's see how Vitugov will react. Yeah, so probably he's going to protect from h7, h6. Even bishop h4 doesn't look that bad, probably. Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe queen a5, but yeah, it's just better to wait for Nikita's reaction. Maybe even a2, a3, let's say, forcing black to take on c3, and maybe d5 is still can be played. Yeah, Vlad looks relatively calm. And Nikita tries to recall this rare opening line. Yeah, so I think a3 is still possible. Maybe Nikita considers this, well, not a refutation, but just a good move, and he'll try to fight for the advantage. So after bishop b4, well, what are the other options White has? So bishop b4, let's say if a3, bishop takes, pawn takes, and then d5, and feels like black should be fine. There's bad pawn structure on the queen side. e4 pawn is hanging. Black should be okay. So bishop b4, what are the other opportunities for white? Well, obviously g2, g4 looks quite, well, quite surprising for black, but if they spend like 5-10 more minutes, they will find a good reaction on this very peculiar and, well, I won't say it's a very good move, just because like queen a5 can be played, and there's g2, g4 inclusion, and the queen a5 doesn't, I mean, should be in the black's favor for sure. Yeah, so what else instead of this strange pawn moves a2, a3, and g2, g4? Let's try to protect this e4 pawn somehow. Maybe it's still not that easy. Maybe bishop c4 is an idea. I don't know. Well, I'm not in conditions to calculate all of the captures on d5 square. Let's say if d7, d5, e takes d5. Position looks very, very strange for sure. Yeah, maybe black simply can take on f5, d takes c6. Yeah, just take on d1, rook d1, and play b takes c6. Yeah, black should be fine, I think. I mean, even with this king on f8, it shouldn't be that worse. Let's say if white tries to create some initiative, sacrifices this c2 pawn, it feels that it shouldn't be enough to be better. Okay, it should be enough to be equal, but well, I still have some doubts about white's advantage in this position. But it looks interesting. Okay, so bishop b4 on the board. Okay, I'll refresh the board once again. Yeah, so bishop b4 and bishop c4 is played by Nikita. So maybe d5 is coming, and then let's say what else instead of e takes d5? What do we have? So can we take with the bishop, by the way? Maybe we can take with the bishop. Let's say bishop d5, bishop f5, quite principled, quite forced. Bishop takes c6. Otherwise, if white takes on f5, it's just a blunder because queen d5 is just winning, I think. Yeah, so bishop d5, black can take on f5, white should take on c6, otherwise they're just a piece down. Yeah, black takes on d1 probably, I think. Well, I'm not 100% sure about this queen trade inclusion, but well, black can also take on c6. So it should be theoretical, more or less, isn't it? Yeah, well, I've asked myself, and now I realize that white is simply pawn up. Maybe they're not winning, but for sure they're better. Black can double up these c pawns, but well, they're just slightly worse. Maybe much worse, I don't know. So bishop c4 is played, and d5 is a reaction by Artemiev. Well, I'm quite happy to see that all of my predictions came true up to the moment, but the problem is that the only game I was looking for. Okay, so let's go further. Goganov against Swidler, St. Petersburg combat, I would say. Derby day. Grunfeld, we see some of course, it's not a surprise for everyone who knows Peter Fiedler's opening repertoire, his style, and Grunfeld maybe is a top choice by Peter. I think he also written a book about Grunfeld defense, and he's known to be the maybe #1 expert in the world in this opening. C takes d5, knight d5, and let's see how Gaganov has prepared against Grunfeld, because obviously this very popular opening can be in the repertoire of other players, and yeah, Gaganov has to spoil some time and to come up with some ideas and show them on the board. Bishop d2, knight b6, knight f3. Also e3 is another opportunity. The idea that after bishop g7 there is another interesting line. F2, f4, quite strong positional move, fighting against e7, e5, and I think that's some kind of theories. C5, d takes c5, knight d7. So I think there were a lot of games of Evgeny Tomashevsky played with white in this line, in this particular line. Knight f3, bishop g7, bishop f4. Okay. For sure this position has been played by maybe hundreds of players with both colors. So, I mean, it should be well known. Peter spent some time probably recalling what had he looked for in this position lastly. Okay, so there is nothing special. Bishop e4, I think castle will be played, and then e2, e4 looks a bit premature because of bishop g4, and feels like probably white should give up one of these two central pawns. Otherwise, like if say d5 then c6, black has a very good initiative. They're just simply better. So after castle, e2, e3, solid move has to be played, and then, well, not that familiar, but I think like c5 is an option. Let's say trying to explode the center. Okay, if d takes c5, even the queen d1, rook d1, bishop c3 can be played. Like, I'm not 100% sure about this position, but it's a very, very typical idea in Grunfeld. Yeah, and I think like knight d7 instead of knight a4, because if knight a4 then bishop h6, rook 8, bishop b5, I think white is winning. But we can play, let's say, bishop d7, sorry, knight d7. Well, it should be playable for black. Yeah, maybe I'm hurrying up with some decisions. I think even c5 is not forced. Black can play bishop e6 or knight a7. Okay, that's just a theory. So bishop f4, and Peter is thinking, so we can go further. And 15 moves made in Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov. Wow. So the players showing up that their preparation was quite good and quite productive. Bishop g5, this Carlsbad structure. Bishop b4. So this is a kind of transposition of Ragozin, which obviously is in repertoire of Maxim Matlakov. Maxim Matlakov was crushing his opponents recently in a Russian team championship, increasing more than 10 points, and so he almost crossed this 27 elo mark again. Bishop b4, so he has to be in a good shape. e3, h6, bishop h4, g5, nothing new. Bishop g3, knight e4, knight e2, h5, h4. So I think I've seen this position many times. I don't know where the theory ends. Knight g3, g takes h4, knight h5, queen g5. Yeah, queen e4 check, knight c6 inclusion looks quite logical for white. Knight f4, rook h6. Well, not that easy to explain why rook h6 has been played, so protecting the rook. Well, for sure that's this is a useful move for black, but could black develop the white color bishop somehow? Probably the question is no. Yeah, but I'm looking for bishop d7, because if not bishop d7, let's say if something like bishop g4, which looks very active but a bit pointless, white came up with a very typical idea in these positions, bishop a6. yeah, so suddenly developing a white color bishop can be dangerous for black because, yeah, white can use this pin. So rook h6, queen b5, bishop e5 is played, and well, now we can see the idea of this rook h8, rook h6. Now white, yeah, so I think they can take, but I'm not sure it would be good for them on b7 because rook b8, the knight is protected with the rook, and let's say if queen c7, then bishop a5, looks like white queen is trapped simply. Okay, so bishop f5 is played, and Nepomniachtchi thinking, knight fd5 comes less than 2 minutes. So this is a position on the board. What was the black's idea? Yeah, so this position looks very, very interesting. I hope it wouldn't be a quick draw. I mean, it would be very sad if if players simply show their prep and the game will last less than an hour, and I will have nothing to add because the game will be just perfect. And I have no computer, I have no opportunity to check the quality of the lines. Knight fd5 is played, and in human point of view, well, I'm a bit puzzled with the black's move. So c7 is hanging, b4 is hanging, so probably a7, a6 or bishop a5 will come next. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. What? Yeah, so a6 is played. A6 is played, probably, well, it's played less than a minute, and for sure it's prep, and well, the game is interesting, but it's a bit sad that the players know everything. They know this line because in this, I mean, you should be 100% sure if this kind of players like Madlakov and Nepomniachtchi are making moves like less than 2 minutes in such complicated position. There is no necessity to guess anything. Of course, that's a prep. a6. So if white takes on b7, so what will Nepomniachtchi opt for? Queen takes b7, let's say rook b8. Yeah, knight c7 looks scary because after king d7 everything is hanging for black. So if queen b7, rook b8, it's not that easy to find a move. Maybe queen a6 is possible, but then rook h6 is protected. Black probably can take on d4, planning to play knight c2. The queen is hanging, so this is a double attack. Queen a4 check is needed, and well, what's going on the board? Maybe bishop d7, queen d1, I don't know, queen d5, queen d4. Yeah, but then queen d4, e takes d4, maybe bishop a5. The point being that after rook b1, at least black has bishop f5, probably with a very good compensation and seemingly winning. Okay, we'll see what is the most principal line in this position. After a6, Nepomniachtchi tries to recall the theorem. Maybe queen e4 has to be played instantly, I don't know. Fedoshev against Chigaev, what's going on there? Oh, there is some h4 Grunfeld line. This is this thing I can tell you a lot about. Knight f3, bishop g7. I have very interesting experience in this line. I think I've played this line against Cheparinov in Gibraltar this year, but I've been crushed in 20 moves. But the tournament went quite good for me. I shared the first place and lost only in tiebreaks to Weinhau. So in this line made me lose only one game in one of the best tournaments in my life. c5, d5, castle, bishop c4, b5, nothing to add. This is a theory, very principal line, bishop b5. Also, instead of castle, black can start with b5 there. So, but then d5 castle, bishop c4, b5, bishop takes b5, knight e4, knight e4, check, knight c3. This b5 sacrifice reminds some modern Benoni line with h3, bishop d3. It's almost the same, but the pawn structure is a bit different. Bishop c3, pawn takes, queen takes, h5, queen c4, h takes, f takes, rook h4, queen c3. I think this is just still a prep by both players. Queen d3, bishop h6, queen takes, rook takes. Yeah, rook f5 may be the best. Yeah, because if rook d8, white can play bishop g5, attacking this e7 pawn with some initiative, but rook f5 looks very logical. So then bishop b7 is coming. I think it's more or less equal endgame, and I think Vladimir just checked his opponent if he opts for this line. So rook f5, I think this position has been met in the professional practice. Rook f5, yeah, I have nothing to add. Just white has a good compensation for the sacrificed pawn, but I know the evaluation this position is equal. So I promise. Well, I can't promise you the draw there, but I promise you that the position is equal according to computer. And Zubov against Yesipenko. Wow, what do we have there? d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castle, queen c2, c5, d takes c5, d4, b4, a5, b5, bishop c5, knight bd2. Yeah, so queen c2, the main idea of queen c2 move is to avoid this pawn sacrifice line that comes after castle, d takes c4, and now white has plenty of options, including knight e5, the main line, queen c2, and there black has a variety of opportunities. Let's say a6, and there is queen c4 or a4, or even b5, a4, b4, let's say knight fd2. This is also possible line. Also b6, and all of a sudden even c6 is quite a solid move there for black. So Daniil tries to knock his opponent out of the opening theory of the prep. c5, t takes d4, and we have some kind of Grunfeld structure on the board all of a sudden. Knight bd2, planning to play knight b3 at some point. Maybe a4 is possible, just taking the control of b3 square. It's also a very popular move, very popular idea in some lines of Benko's gambit. Just to take control of this b3 or b6 square. So knight bd7 is played. Yesipenko waits some time. Yeah, so Dubov is up in time, and he should be still his prep. Yeah, knight b3 comes just immediately. Knight b3. So probably check. Or, you know what? Also very, very popular idea is to play e6, e5 and just sacrifice the pawn. Let's say if bishop takes e5, this is a very important move order, because like knight e5 is simply blunders as a piece because of bishop b4, and then knight takes on e5. So on e5, knight takes c5, knight takes c5, knight takes e5, a very, very common pawn sacrifice, rook e8, and probably f4 has to be played, because like if bishop f4 there is some g5 ideas, and also after rook e8 white's knight cannot retreat f3 because of d3. And black is simply winning. So I think e5 is an idea. And so what will Zubov do after e5? I don't know. Maybe just castle simply? Yeah, but then if he castle, then rook e8, and it feels like black is fine. Okay, so we'll see what Andrei will opt for. And finally we can move to the women's section, starting with the most promising game between Gunina and Gorachkina. And in this most promising game, we have nothing new. This position has been faced like maybe thousands of times. a5, yeah, the line played by Vash for many times recently. Jan Nepomniachtchi, knight c3. Yeah, well, knight c3 and maybe knight e4 will be the will fold up. Yeah, so there is nothing to tell you about there. Just solid Grunfeld. In my point of view, one of the most boring openings, but if you're a professional, you have to know how to play even this kind of positions. Yeah, so there is nothing to add. We can move to Kashlinska against Kostyniuk. What do we have there? We have Ragozin, knight c3, bishop b4, queen b3, and this is the move has been recently played against in the game between Fedoseev and Matlakov. The game was won by Vladimir, and he followed up with the winning the whole tournament in Aeroflot Open and qualified for judgment. Queen b3, c5, d takes c5, knight a6, a3, bishop takes, queen c3, knight c5, the most logical answer. C takes d5, queen takes, bishop e3, knight c4, queen e5, queen takes, knight d5, bishop c1, bishop d7, f3, knight c5, e4, knight b3. This is the old theory. Rook b1, knight b6, bishop e3, rook c8. I think this position is, yeah. So, girls showing their theory knowledge. Yeah, but the point being that if white simply takes on d7, is black fine with this pair of knights against pair of bishops? What will they do next? So let's say if knight d7, simply eliminating the last elephant on the board. Last black's elephant, yeah. So it feels like black has to take with the king. And then what? So rook c2 can be an idea, but okay, we can make a check. Let's say king e7, and I can be tricky and play castle, provoking black to play rook c2. The point being that rook c2 is probably illegal because of bishop takes b6, a takes b6, bishop e4, pinning the knight, and yeah, white is just an exchange up and winning. So this is an idea, but could black take on... yeah, so they had no... They haven't had a moment to take on c1 before. Knight c5, e4, knight b1, rook b, knight b3, rook b1, knight b6, bishop e3, rook c8. Yeah, what to do instead of rook c8? Maybe bishop e4, trying to save the animal, planning to play f6 and just castle simply, or knight or king e7. Yeah, maybe bishop a4 was an idea, maybe it was a bit more solid. But then after rook c8, white decided to play g4 instead of knight d7. But what is the point? Like, let's say once again, knight d7, maybe not king d7, but knight d7. Yeah, of course I won't take on a7, this very typical trap, I think. The most most famous moment with this trap was met in, I think, Spassky against Fischer, where Fischer took on h2, and after g3, he didn't save the endgame, being a piece down. Yeah, so after bishop a7, b6, but then bishop a5. So I'm not 100% sure if black still can take it with a knight. Let's say knight d7 again. Yeah, and if king d7 and bishop b5 check, king e7 just simply castle. Probably black is not that bad. Maybe they have very good tactical solution. Knight c4. The point being that after bishop a7 they have like two possibilities to win the exchange. And then if knight c4, if bishop c4, rook c4, white can take on a7, by the way. The point being that after knight d2, there is some rook c1, and if rook a4, we have bishop c5 intermediate, and then rook just goes to d1, and so white is pawn up. Okay, so g4 is played. I don't know why Alina decided not to take on d7. What are the other games? Shuvalova against Guseва. We have some neither there. So from the very beginning, knight e3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight d4, knight f6. Yeah, there is no necessity in explanations. e5, knight d2. This is the possible line also. Knight e3, knight b3 were the opportunities. Knight e2, h5, g3, bishop e6, bishop g2, and then b5. Well, not 100% sure about b5, by the way, because this b5, a4, b4 inclusions at some point can be in white's favor, because these pawns can be so the pawn chain can be destroyed if, for example, there white could have played just a5, planning to play rook a4, bishop g2, or queen d3. So maybe a5 was an opportunity, but also it can be a prep. I can't give you the right answer on this question. So a4, b4, knight d5, bishop takes, e takes, knight bd7. Shuvalova decided not to destruct the pawn chain and played castle. Bishop e7, c3. Wow. So it felt like b4 can be a weakness, and again, like a5 could be an opportunity, but trying to eat the full pawn on b4. But c3 just traded the pawn, offer the pawn trade. B takes c3, knight c3, rook b8, and a5 there. Okay, I'm a bit surprised with this decision, to be honest. But maybe Polina knows better. a5. I don't know what white is aiming for and what black is aiming for, and let's try to think. So a6 looks, this weakness looks quite visible, and maybe rook e1, bishop f1 can be an idea. Of course, knight c5 will be played at some point after a5. Yeah, so what to do there? What to do, this is the question. Maybe white can start with, that's black to move. h5, h4, it's a very typical decision, but I'm not 100% sure on the efficiency. Because g4, let's say knight h7, very, very typical, but black haven't castled. Black haven't castled yet, white has a development advantage, and even f2, f4 is considerable. We'll see what black will opt for. So a5, c3 once again. Yeah, c3 instead of a5. b takes c3, knight c3. This very, very interesting knight of type positions. Maybe castle can be played instead of h4. But then white can follow up with the same decision. Just play rook e1, aiming to play bishop f1, and, well, white has a pair of bishops. Black's position looks more solid, but the weakness of a6 pawn is visible, and probably still white is slightly better. Let's go further. Getman against Giria. So the new player of Russian Superfinals, Tatiana Getman, will be examined by Olga Giria today, the former Russian champion. So the current Russian champion, because this tournament just have started and will end in after 11 games. So on December 17, I think, knight f3, b6. Queen's Indian, a3, Petrosyan line, bishop b7, knight c3, and then d5. Also knight e4 is an opportunity. That's the other theory. I think this position is also possible. Knight c3, d5, c takes d5, knight d5, queen a4 check. It's a bit surprising. Well, probably that's also a popular move, but I think that queen c2 is the most popular option. Queen a4, knight d7, bishop g5, bishop e7. Looks quite natural and logical from both sides. Knight takes, bishop takes, e3, castle, bishop b5, rook a d8, bishop c6, bishop f3, and then g f3. Wow. Very, very good positional decision. The point being that after bishop takes f3, black will try to explode the center and release the knight from g7, being a bit trapped. Of course, I'm not considering queen a7 for many reasons. At least because black takes on d4, e takes d4, and, well, something has to be there. Something has to be there for sure. Maybe even e5 is possible. So queen e7 in this position looks a bit strange. Well, but that could be a different story. White decided to take on f3 with the pawn, which is very, very logical. e5 has been played, bishop d7, rook d7, and probably Tatiana is hoping, think that she can take on e5 and be a pawn up at the moment, because the pawn is untouchable, because rook is hanging on d7. Probably black has to double on the d file, then f4, let's say, and something like even rook d2, which is quite active. Yeah, so d takes e5. Well, in human point of view, white can be a bit risky because of their king on e1, so they cannot castle. Okay, they can castle short, but after rook fd8, after castling, black simply checks on g5, takes on e5, and there is slightly better because of pawn structure and the position of black's king. Yeah, so and Ole is also up on time, controlling the game and being slightly better. Again, in my point of view, I don't have an engine, and don't blame me too much if I'll be mistaken. Pagonina against Grigorieva. So Pagonina was a Russian champion 2 years ago, and last year she has been defeated in Armageddon game, the Sudden game against Olga Giria. So that was a total mess, and I've been commenting this game last year also. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight e3, Nimso Indian, bishop b4, bishop g2. Wow. This is a very rare move order. c5, knight f3. So it feels like white has provoked black to play c5, then knight f3, and what? And what is going on there? So probably, well, black can castle, they can take on d4 immediately. Let's say c takes d4, knight takes d4, castling, e4, d5. Don't ask me why, I haven't calculated even a single line, but it feels that this is a very, very principled reaction by black. So c takes d4 is finally played, knight d4 is the only move, I think. Well, I don't believe in knight b5 for sure. C takes d4, yeah. Natalia is absent, and she will take on d4 for sure. And Garifolina against Garyamova. Russian young superstar against Alisa, the legendary player, and we have like Rui Lopez and King's Indian structure. That's a very, very usual thing in this opening because, yeah, Breyer system, h3, knight b8, d4, knight b d7, knight d2, bishop b7, bishop c2, rook e8, knight f1, thousands of games, bishop f8, knight g3, g6, a4, c5, and then d5. Closing the center, the pawn structure, c4, bishop e3, queen c7. Probably also knight c5 could be played immediately. I think I've seen a very, very similar game to this. I think it was Adiv against Indrich. White can take on c5, d takes c5, and this pawn structure is very it's very difficult to understand. White have a protected post pawn on d5, but black has a very typical King's Indian compensation with pair of bishops. With this black color bishop, maybe some bishop h6. Black will try to transfer the knight to d6 at some point. Well, that's probably another position. Bishop e3, queen c7. Knight h2, bishop g7. So it feels like both players are using this old book pattern, because I remember that in old chess book, this knight h2, knight g4 plan, and this c5, c4, queen c7, bishop f8, bishop g7 was probably the top recommendation. Knight takes g4, a takes g4, rook e b8, queen d2, and then bishop c8. So, yeah, black is trying to create some counterplay on the queen side, maybe b4, then. And what to do there with white? Okay, so let's say if a4, a5, trying to close the position, trying to close the pawn structure. So what to do there with black? Maybe knight c5 still, attacking the pawn on g4. Yeah, of course, knight e5 is an idea, but it looks a bit premature in this kind of position. So it feels like white firstly have to double on h5, then sacrifice anything. So rook bishop c8, a4, a5, maybe not that pointless, but what else to do instead of it? Maybe bishop h6. Yeah, so but if bishop h6, I think... Yeah, the idea was that after bishop h8, white can play knight f5, creating a very unpleasant threat of mating on e7, let's say knight c5. But even in this position, black is not playing to take on f5 with pawn because of queen g5 check. So probably knight f5 can be followed up with something else. Let's say even rook e3, trying to create some threats on the king side. Okay, so bishop c8, we'll see what Garifolina will opt for there. Yeah, so this is Lilia Garifolina on the screen. She is quite young, I think. I'm like 100% sure, I think like 16 or 17. Very promising player from Yekaterinburg. And we can go back to the men's section. 23 moves has been made in Fedoseev against Chigaev, 18 moves in Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov, so we can start with Fedoseev against Chigaev. This is the current position on the board, rook d3. So the last time we were briefly looking on this game was after rook d1, rook f5, rook e4, knight d7, rook takes on e7, rook h5, bishop e3, white has to retreat, otherwise, yeah, rook e8 is pointless. Bishop e3, then knight f6, protecting this e8 square, d6, bishop g4, rook d3. Well, black has to be solid, and players have spent more or less the same time. Maybe rook d5, I don't know. Rook d5, creating a threat. I don't know, maybe even king d2 has to be played, I don't know. Then rook d8, well, black has to be solid. If rook takes, then knight takes. Maybe rook e5. Yeah, but we can simply take on e3. Let's say f takes e3, then rook d8. The position is just drawish. So rook d3, rook d5 probably was an idea there. Yeah, seemingly this game will end up in a draw. So we're heading to Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov. And I'm trying to coincide what I've been predicting and what has happened on the board. Queen a4 instead of queen b7. Yeah, bishop g6, castle, king f8. Wow. Very interesting position. And it's a bit hard for me to evaluate it because white is pawn up, but black has a very, very clear plan. They want to put their pawns on the queen side. Let's say b5, a5, b4, a4, and give them checkmate in somewhere. Okay, at the moment b5 is illegal because of two reasons. The first reason is white to move, and the second reason that after even, I mean, if black has had an opportunity to play b7, b5 there, it could be faced with bishop b5. So what to do there with white? Maybe f2, f4. Looks very logical, but then queen g3 and the other side of the coin, that's or side of the medal that white created, a weakness on e3. So let's say if e4, maybe black can take on f4, king b1, and try to find a solid move. Maybe even bishop g4 or bishop h7. Yeah, that's a very, very interesting position. Maybe I'm blundering something because like knight e2 probably is possible, I don't know. So after king f8, Nepomniachtchi is thinking, okay, f4 is tempting, but it's quite hard to predict anything there. Matlakov plays very confidently. He spent only 6 minutes for 18 moves. Recalling the theory, queen g3 there. Yeah, and we'll see what will Jan opt for there. Yeah, no conclusion. So f4 is played. f4 is played. Probably queen g3 will be the answer. And there white has a variety of moves, including e3, e4. At least a variety of moves to consider. Maybe even bishop d3. Let's say bishop d3, rook d3, queen g2, rook dd1, but okay, there maybe their black is fine because they have a post pawn and their king is relatively saved. So f4 is played, f4 on the board, very intriguing game. Okay, and what will Nepomniachtchi opt for? Sorry, what will Matlakov opt for? Queen g3 has to be played in my point of view. I don't see any other move instead of Queen g3. Okay, so waiting for Maxim Matlakov, and what's going on next? Goganov against Svidler. So after bishop f4, castle, bishop e5, there was a bishop trade, wow. So white decided to eliminate this black color bishop, knight d7, knight d3, taking the control of c5 and e5 squares. And in this kind of positions, let's say if black plays rook e8, at some point aiming to play e7, e5, white can really consider this peculiar f2, f4 move. Maybe not necessarily there because some knight c4 invasion, but queen c1 still controls this e3 move, the e3 square. So knight d3, taking the control on outposts on e5 and c5. And I don't know what will Peter do next. Maybe knight c4, aiming to play knight d6, just trolling his opponent at some point of view. Still very, very less moves made in Antipov against Karakin. Knight c3, d6, a4, castle, h3, bishop e6. So it's quite hard to find any concrete player there. Yeah, still probably the players following their patterns, but looks like they're out of the prep and just playing a new game with their own minds. Yeah, so bishop e6. I don't know what will Mikhail opt for. Maybe queen e2 simply, and then even try to castle long or short. I don't know. Bishop e6 and bishop f6 was played by Mikhail. Let's say bishop f6, and what was the idea? Maybe a4, a5, or knight d5. Not that easy to guess what was Mikhail aiming for. At least white were not forced to take on f6. Dubov against Yesipenko. Wow. Bishop b4, bishop d2, knight, bishop d2. So bishop b4 checked was played instead of e6, e5. By the way, Peter has played e7, e5 at once. So e5 was my prediction, and I was a bit puzzled with how white will react on e5, because taking this rotten apple can lead to a very, very painful consequences, because once again, I'll remind you, if bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, you know what, probably I've got what Dubov was planning for, planning against e5. Maybe bishop a3 there, pinning the knight, so b6 looks a bit bad. Yeah, let's say if queen b6 and there knight e5, rook e8, and something like, I don't know, knight d3 or f4. Well, but it's still the position with good compensation, because even f4, I'm not sure that f4 move gives white the idea to castle short, because g3 is in the air. Maybe even bishop g4 looks a bit peculiar, but it's not that easy to react against. Let's say, of course, castle will be a big blunder because of d3, and most likely white is losing instantly. So e5 was an option, and it would be interesting to ask the players what both they've been planning against this very natural and typical for Nimzo ending, for Queen's Indian, pawn sacrifice. But Andrei decided to play the most solid way, so he made a check on b4, bishop d2, knight fd2, a4, knight d4, e5, knight f5, knight c5. That's also an idea. The point being that if white castles short, they simply give up, they simply blunder the piece because knight d2 is no more under the protection. Knight fd2, a4, knight d4, e5, knight e5, knight c5. Also looks very good for black. Maybe rook d1 will be played. Knowing the Daniil's style of play, he can consider castle, but of course nobody believes that that kind of move can be good. So this famous long side castle in his game against Giri in Moscow Grand Prix, with no pawns on the queen side. Yeah, it was very peculiar. So instead of castle, white can play rook d1, protecting the knight. No, but knight e3 is played, by the way. Knight e3, aiming to play knight d5. So white is a pawn up. White is a pawn up, and this is the question how black will react. So I don't see any forced solution how black can equalize immediately. Yeah, the position is very, very complicated. So let's say if simply bishop e6, then castle, queen a5. For sure black has a good compensation, but I'm not sure if it is enough to equalize. Let's say knight d5, bishop takes, c takes d5, and even this position looks, in my point of view, in favor of white. Yeah, so knight d3 is probably a very good move. Yeah, so we can see Andrei being very, very concentrated on the board. Yeah, talking about this anti-COVID requirements. So this plexiglass solution is probably the best because there is no necessity to wear a mask all the game. So it means that you can easily receive the oxygen and it won't affect your thoughts during the game. Yeah, probably like according to the protocol, the first 15 minutes the players are forced to wear the masks. Also they can use the common I would say tea room. And I hope everyone will be healthy and stay safe during the tournament in this very difficult epidemiological times. Yes, the young lad Andrei Sipenko is one of the most promising Russian superstars. Also Alexei Strelina, who is probably a couple years older than Andrei and also is like over 2600. Both of them have played for Moscow team, Legacy Square Capital, in the recent Russian team championship. And Andrei performed there quite well, and currently his elo is on the 2686 mark, approaching to 2700 level. And this year also Andrei has shared the first place in Gibraltar Masters tournament. This year was quite successful for him. He increases rating every year, improving his chess, and finally he reached the Russian Superfinal. Talking about other players, it's a bit difficult to underline the favorite in the men's section, because obviously rating favorite is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and mathematically he's mostly considered to be the winner of the event, but also there are still some very solid players worldwide known. Sergei Karyakin, the player who was like 5 minutes out of the world championship title, literally said. Nikita Vityugov, a regular player in a Russian national team and Olympiads in Russian in world team championships. Vladislav Artemiev, young Russian star, who has also a very good skill in blitz and rapids, and he used to be known one of the best blitz players in the world. Okay, Peter Svidler, there is 8 or 9 times, yeah, I think at least 8 times Russian championship. This year it can be 9th time, despite the fact that Peter is already 44. Like the people who know the history of the Russian Superfinals probably will bet on Peter. Fedoseev, a very, very ambitious young talent. He's currently 25. He was almost 27.50 a couple years ago, maybe 3. And he's trying to bounce back to get back to the record. Daniil Dubov, yeah, also no necessity to represent him, world rapid champion in 2018 St. Petersburg. I think bronze medalist in Blitz World Championship. Bronze medalist in Russian Superfinals St. Petersburg 2017. And also one of the most aggressive and interesting, very interesting and aggressive player with his own pattern of playing and understanding chess. A true hard worker and a very talented person. And Maxim Chigaev, well, probably his this year he made his biggest achievement in his chess career, but he was very stable previously, winning a lot of Russian Cup stages and being quite efficient in internet tournaments during this lockdown last half year. And finally Maxim has managed to win this preliminary Russian Higher League Championship in a quite convincing way. So we can go back to the women's section. Kashlinska against Kostyanyuk. Now let's get back on chess. So g4, king e7, g5. Wow, that's a very interesting concept for Kashlinska. Creating an extra space on the king side and not taking on d7. Well, of course, knight on e5 doesn't look much worse than bishop on d7, but bishop means bishop. And it's always very tempting to trade the knight and the bishop, but probably Alina has calculated everything properly and evaluated this trade not in their favor. So, but g5, rook h8 is on the board. So now Alexandra is aiming for bishop e8. So finally she connected the rooks, rook g1, but well, girls playing men's chess, because the position is very complicated and White had a very a lot of options before, but g4, g5, rook g1 move order didn't look very logical and natural for me, but of course it has some sense, because white has improved a lot on the king side. Nothing is really happening on the queen side, so they don't have any problems. The knight on b3 is restricted with an e3 bishop, and well, the position remains very complicated. Maybe bishop e8 and creating some threats, including knight d4, knight c2. Yeah, so we'll see what Alexandra will opt for there. So bishop e8 can be the move. At least it seems very logical according to the last move played by Alexandra. And it won't take a lot of time there for black to play bishop. Maybe she is choosing between bishop a8 and bishop a4 as well, creating the same threat of knight d4 and probably just even slightly emphasizing it. So bishop e4 is also an opportunity, and maybe even better than bishop e8. So going further, Shuvalova against Guseва. Yeah, so I have this old errors there. Queen e2 has been played, knight c5, bishop e3, knight fd7, rook fb1, b4 is a threat. Personally, I would consider rook b3 there. And after rook b3, in my point of view, it's not that easy there for white to create even a single threat. Maybe knight a4 is the move, but then it feels like this rook fb1 was a bit premature, and now black can try to take control on the king side and try to checkmate their opponent. Let's say, okay, we'll trade first, not letting white to take on c5 and destroy the pawn's center. Rook a4, h takes g3, f takes g3, which seems very logical. And let's say bishop g5. Bishop g5, and after bishop f2, just something, I don't know. I mean, but at least it seems that black should be fine there. Okay, well, I can be wrong. Maybe knight e4 there is something else. Maybe even h takes g3 first, f takes g3. Yeah, so, and I was hoping for bishop g5, but after bishop g5 there is some bishop c5 move, which is not really dangerous because black can take on c5 with pawn. And looks like black is simply better because queen a6, rook g3, I think it should be a mate there. I think black is simply winning there. So rook fb1, okay, rook fb1 is not pointless, but personally it seems that white just forgot about the king side and the possible threats. Or maybe their all concept just all game went wrong there for white, but after rook fb1 I'm strongly convinced that black has to be better. At least they has to be good, they have to be slightly better at least. And rook b3 looks very, very tempting. I mean, killing all the ideas on the queen side. Okay, rook a3 is possible, but at least black can take on a3 and take on a5, being a pawn up. So rook b3 looks very, very tempting, and or including h take g3, f take g3, and rook b3 there. Okay, I don't believe in f take g3 b4 pre-major, but maybe it's not that bad. But I just don't believe in it. Maybe it's even good there. But at least rook b3 can be played initially. Yeah, and Guseva played rook b3, which seems to be very good for black. And Shovalova has spent not enough time, I think, and she didn't try to get deeper in this position. And now, even being lack on time, I mean, hypothetically, Guseva can find all of the right moves because black's play looks very clear and logical there, and they have just probably better chances. Okay, heading to Getman against Gira. In this game, Guseva seems to upset her opponent, upset her young and talented opponent. Getman against Gira. So we see almost exactly the same that I've been talking about recently. Rook fd8 doubling on e-file, so rook queen e4 instead of f4, and then rook d5. Well, just provoking white to play f3 f4, but what is the point? Do black want to play f7 f6 and just collect the pawn back? The question is why black decided not to play rook d2, which seemed to me just a better option, because let's say if castle, rook b2, rook fd1, okay, maybe even c5 is fine, I don't know, c5 and at least black is fine, but after queen e4, rook d5, for sure black is not losing, maybe the position is still under control of Olga, but rook d2 seemed to me a bit more natural. Okay, Gunina against Gorashkina, the toughest matchup of today in women's section. Such a very suspicious pawn structure. Bishop e6, f4. Well, I don't know the timing of this f4 decision, but knight d7, c takes d5, c takes d5, queen d3, knight f6. Well, personally I don't like this f2, f4, but maybe this was a prep. Okay, let's say if f4, f5, black can simply retreat on d7, aiming to play rook c8 and knight e4 at some point. This f4, the move that even if it is good according to a computer, I would never do. So this is the position, and it is very in style of Alexandra. So f4, yeah, was probably a little bit optimistic. Pagonina against Grigorieva. A very calm position, and I don't know what was the white's concept and what was the white idea to play bishop d2 there and allow black to destroy the center, develop all the pieces. Black is simply good, and they even can try to play for the advantage, playing rook c8 and knight e5. Okay, bishop e3 can be played there, but then rook c8, black is simply fine. And the last game on the women's section, one of the most entertaining, Garifulina against Galyamova. Only one minor piece has been traded, and well, so after bishop c8, our point was the point being that after bishop h6, bishop h8, knight e5, knight c5, probably white doesn't have any direct threats, but they can try to play rook e3. Okay, black can take on a4, white can protect on b2, so this is just a very complicated position with lots of opportunities, and Probably there is no forced checkmate, but well, it's just playable for both sides. And we have the first result of the day, and we'll just look for this game very, very soon after Garifulina against Guramova. And Garifulina decided to take on b5. Positionally, this decision seems to be a bit logical, because in this kind of pawn structures, white is trying to play in the king side. But opening these files means that white is not that ambitious on the game. Okay, I'm not sure about a4, a5, a very typical move trying to control this b6 square, but a takes b5 seems to me like the Leah just has shown up that she is not too ambitious for this game. Knight c5, f3, bishop g7, and it reminds me a very good, the very good looking reduction of King Zinian, where black's idea is to play at some point queen b7 and then transfer the bishop on b6 and try to create something on the queen side, while white's attack is a bit stuck. And just let's quickly look on the game between Fedoseev and Chigaev. So what was going on there? Knight d5 was played instead of rook d5. Okay. Rook e5, it's also possible. Knight b4, rook d2, bishop takes, like underlying the better pawn structure, but d6 pawn is still quite dangerous. Rook h5. Yeah, so that was the only move. Bishop h5, d7, knight c6. Yeah, the only refutation. f3, blocking the bishop, aiming to play g2, g4, g5, bishop g5, bishop f7. Wow. So what was the point being if, let's say, knight d8 immediately? Does it mean that white can play rook e2, aiming to play rook e8? So bishop f7 was played, a3. Yeah, protecting the pawn, just at some point. Knight d8, rook e2, with the same idea to play rook e8, knight c6, rook d2, and after the threefold repetition, the players have agreed on draw. That's the first half of points for Fedoseev and Chigaev, the first result. And after this game, probably just the best time to take a quick break, just 10 minutes. Stay tuned, watch Russian Superfinal. Hello everyone, finally we're back in the studio. After the short break, we have the first results of the tournament, the draw between Fedosiev and Chigaev, and the other games are still in progress. So, well, the draw was more or less expected after the opening because it was a very well-known line and it felt like White just simply tried to check the knowledge of Black's opponent. And what about other players? One of the most interesting games of the first round in both sections was between Nepomniachtchi and Matlakov. And can we ask the camera to focus on these two players? Sorry, this one because Matlakov is probably absent, drinking tea or just refreshing. Yeah, but the Queen G6 was played. Isn't it a mistake? Yeah, but I'm quite interested in what was the timing of the decision because after F4. Maxim has spent at least 30 minutes, at least half an hour to play Queen G6, but the point being that Queen G3 seemed to be more logical, at least because we are taking the control of E3 pawn, and then one of the possible ideas, let's say for Black, can be Rook A7, protecting the Rook, and then B5, avoiding this capture on b5. So, but now it's after Queen G3, it's White to move, and let's try to find something convincing there for White, at least not to be in the trouble. So one of my craziest ideas was to play Rook H3 all of a sudden. to provoke black to take on h3. I'm not good if this provocation suits white, and black is an exchange up. White has a good compensation. There they have a pawn. Yeah, but Maxim has played queen g6, and then Jan refuted with what? What was the move? Bishop e2. Bishop e2, probably the same also could have been played after queen g3. So what is the point? The point being that after queen g2, the black's queen could be in danger. So let's say rook dg1, which is very, very logical, queen f2. And in this position I could be really scared for black, because queen doesn't have even a single legal move, and white can try to improve their position. Let's say playing rook g5 and then queen d1, creating some threats. And black's king's position looks less safe than white's. Bishop e2, maybe queen g2 is still principled. But what are the other option? The other option is still to play rook a7. Let's say, yeah, rook a7. Planning to play b5 at some point. A very popular, very common idea in this kind of positions. So rook a7 can be played, also maybe rook b8, but rook a7 I like more. And we'll see what will Jan Nepomniachtchi will come up with. A direct idea that after rook a7, white cannot spoil a tempo playing, let's say, bishop f3 because of b5, queen b3, and all of a sudden after knight e5 the queen is trapped. And what else white can do after, let's say, if black plays rook a7? It's not that easy to react, because e4 a bit compromises white's position, because at least black can take on e4. Well, and this pair of knights looks very, very unsafe. So what is the refutation against rook a7? That's the whole point. Maybe white can try to play rook dg1. The idea is just to release the white's queen, because after b5, white can retreat on d1. Yeah, white can retreat on d1. So white is not losing instantly, but black still has a very good compensation for the sacrifice pawn. Let's say b4, maybe knight a4 or knight b1. Yeah, but no matter how white will play, I mean, it's quite visible that black has sufficient compensation for the sacrifice material. Okay, so bishop e2, and we are waiting for Maxim to move, and I predict rook a7, which seems to me very, very logical and principled. Going further to Antipov against Karakin. Personally, the game that I've been waiting a lot, because I know Mikhail and he's a very talented and very extraordinary player, because he has a lot of opening ideas, and his middle game approach and his tactical and strategical solutions are, you would never see them in the books. It's something that is just over our minds. And as well, we can see the same in the game. Bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight e2. The knight is heading towards the king side, but I don't know where exactly. Queen d7, c3, rook f7, h4, rook a f8, b4, king h8. Black solidified like in 500%. Rook a2, bishop d8, so just simply controlling the f file, probably planning to retreat with the knight. On e7 plays c6, I don't know, maybe a5. I mean, but black is simply that's what Sergey is actually good in, waiting for opponent to make a mistake, and he punishes for them like with a very good efficiency. And rook eg1, that's the move that only, I mean, you would rather see this kind of moves in Antipos games than in the games of all players all over the world. Rook knight eg1, probably the point being that Mikhail is aiming for this knight transfer. Let's say still some, yeah, very, very artificial decision. And after knight eg1, it's not that easy to understand how black will react after knight eg1. Okay, let's say if a7, a5, trying to shake this queenside position, queenside stuff, b4, b5 looks very logical. Then black has a variety of options where to retreat with the knight. Maybe knight e7 still. Well, knight h3. And there, yeah, the position remains very, very unclear. Maybe even knight g8 is possible, and probably, yeah, but I do prefer white. I do prefer white there. I can't exactly explain why, but just on the first side, the position looks a bit more favorable for white pieces. Maybe because of the lack of space on the king side, on their fortress are a bit chained with this the last two ranks, 7 and 8. So let's say if knight g8, knight hg5, obviously taking on g5 will be a very big mistake because white takes with the pawn, and then they have a very clear plan also connected with some king transfer to c1 and doubling on h file somewhere. But there is no necessity even to play knight d2. So Sergey has made a move, and what was the move? So knight e7 was played first. Yeah, knight e7, black didn't like, prefer not to include a5, b5, knight e7. So yeah, Sergey is trying to find a good square for his knight. Probably like that could be the route. Like knight g8 and knight f6 and knight g4. The position on g4 remains a bit shaky because the knight won't be protected with a pawn, but it won't be easy for white to react against it. So knight e7, let's say knight h3, it's almost the same, but with no inclusion a5, b5, and I don't know in whose favor is it. Knight h3, knight g8, knight g5, let's say. Well, black still can play rook f8 there, not trading the bishop, planning to play h6, but the point being that even after rook f6, it's very difficult for black to create a threat, because white probably can still improve on the king side in a very, very calm way. Let's say even king e2 with some kind of very... Okay, king e2 looks very, very strange, but I just want to show you my idea. Maybe it was just a total nonsense, but that's what I was aiming for. And I can't say that's a good idea, so it's better not to, follow my ideas at all on the chessboard, because only I can explain them. Yeah, rook f6 can be played, but my whole idea was to connect the rooks, because rook on a2 is good at protecting f2 pawn, but maybe it's time for white to do something more, do it better. So they need to transfer their major pieces to the king side somehow. Maybe they can start with rook h3 because after rook h3, h6 creates no threat at all. Or maybe like, yeah, and after rook h3, h6, we can make some kind of pass. Let's say rook e2 or rook d2. Okay, let's say rook e2, aiming to play d4. Yeah, the position is very, very complicated, but I would prefer white. Maybe they have at least more tempting opportunities than black. So knight e7 is played, Mikhail thinks, and yeah, very entertaining game, very, very entertaining game between Antipov and Karakin. Moving further, Vitugov against Artemiev. And the position became relatively calm after what we've seen in the opening after bishop b4, bishop c4, d5, bishop f6. So Nikita decided not to take on d5. Nikita decided not to take on d5. Actually, I don't know why. So, yeah, so bishop f5, bishop c6, that is what we've been looking for. Maybe the idea was that after queen d1, rook d1, black simply can take on e4, and all of a sudden maybe they're pretending to be slightly better there. Who knows? Bishop c6, queen f6, queen d5, bishop f5, e takes f5, and then g6 was played by Vladislav. Wow. So I'm trying to understand what would be if he would simply take with queen. Maybe some tactical refutation. Maybe longside castle, I don't know. And then the point being that after rook d8, at least white can consider taking on d8, and they have enough material. So they're much better there. So e takes f5, and Vladislav played g6, and then short castle. Well, that's a bit mysterious for me, because obviously we should calculate f takes g6 first, and then make some kind of consequences. So yeah, that's still a bit unclear for me why he didn't take on g6. Maybe players know better. So g6, once again. Castle, king g7, then knight e4, queen f5, c3, bishop e7. Yeah, rook a d8 inclusion probably wouldn't be in black's favor, because at least white has queen f7. Bishop e7, knight g3, queen f4, knight e2. And so if queen f5, let's say, would it be a repetition after knight g3? That is the question. Or maybe white can opt for something stronger. So queen f5, how white can try to play for the win, not for the draw. If there is any other logical opportunity instead of knight g3. Because rook a d8 is coming, and let's say if white will make a couple of call moves, black will make a couple of call moves, black would be just simply, they will be slightly better, because like in perspective, this king side structure with this e5 pawn restricting white's knight, the tables can be turned if white wouldn't find anything and won't agree and draw after knight g3, queen f4. Okay, but we will see. Maybe, of course, Nikita sees much more than me, and he will make a much better decision that I can offer. Gaganov against Svidler. Okay, Svidler is even slightly better, because he has no problems. This 3 against 2 queenside advantage is relatively more is relatively better than a 4 and 3 on the king side. I'm not 100% sure how black will proceed, but well, maybe they will start with h5 stuff, will play king g7, and then they will try to push the pawn c5, b5. So this position is still complex, is still not that clear, but for sure Peter is slightly better there. Yeah, Peter will try to convert this slight, almost miserable advantage to a full point. And Dubov against Yesipenko. The game we haven't been properly quite. The game we haven't been following quite properly. 93 and then e4 was played by Yesipenko. Well, very ambitious and positionally risky. Castle, queen d4, knight d5. Knight d5, Yesipenko is down to 28 minutes. And he's simply pawned down, and knight d5 is a very good decision by Daniil, because after c takes d5, the pawn on d5 is still untouchable. Because after queen d5, knight e4, and if knight e4, white takes on e4, queen b5, bishop h7 check, king h8, bishop retreats on d3 or e4, white is pawn up, they have a better pawn structure, I think the position is just winning. But what was our solution? How black could proceed after 93? Yeah, probably they should have played bishop e6, castle, queen e5, knight e5, c d5. This position still looks better for white, but after rook ac8, yeah, even rook ac8 is not possible because of bishop h3, and after rook c7 there is very unpleasant d6, nailing the pawn on d6, and the rook is trapped and the position is probably lost. So something has went wrong for Yesipenko in the opening, but most likely that he had to opt for the very principal line e5, let's say knight c5, knight c5, bishop a3. That's what we were talking about. Queen b6, knight e5, rook e8. Yeah, but if white do not take on e5, black is simply fine with this kind of pawn structure. So e3 is played by Andrei. And still, what's going on? So Daniil will try to opt for some tactical trick. Let's say if f takes e3, then queen takes e3, king h1. Still white is better, but we don't know how much they are. Probably bishop g4 with some counterplay for the sacrificed or for the lost pawn, but black is still alive. e3, what else do we have? Okay, white has very interesting knight c4, e takes f2, king h1. Aiming to play rook a d1, they have very good coordination of their pieces. Maybe bishop e5 is possible, but well, the position is still slightly better for white. I mean, they can take on f5. Yeah, they can take on f5, queen c4, and simply take on f2 with queen or even with rook. So this is another opportunity, but e3 probably is the best chance there for black. They're trying to hold this very, very unpleasant position. No doubts white is better there. Also, the other opportunity is to play knight e4, which is also considerable. Let's say e takes f2, king h1. Yeah, I have to admit that rook f2 is impossible because the rook on e1 is hanging. So knight e4. E takes f2, king h1. Yeah, let's say knight e4. But this should be good for black, relatively good, I mean, because b5 pawn is more or less weak, and it all depends if white is in time to push their d pawn in the endgame. Let's say rook d1 and queen e4. Well, the position is very complicated. Even after rook d1, black can try to play bishop f5. Yeah, the point being that after rook d4 there is knight g3, and maybe black is not lost at the moment. But still, yeah, but still white is better for sure. Some d6 stuff, or I know, rook f2. So black is trying to hold, but e3, and Daniil is thinking how to refute against this relatively late attempt to defend their tough position. So e3, yeah, Daniil is about to make a move. We can wait for him. So yeah, seemingly it would be like knight c4, yeah. Knight c4 and what we've been talking about. Knight c4, e takes f2, king h1, bishop f5 has to be played, queen f5, queen c4, yeah, and even queen f2. So this is better for white, for sure. Queen b5 and even d6 is a possible line, and opening a critical diagonal for white's bishop. Rook a d1 should be followed up with f7 pawn is the target. White is better. Yeah, Andrei doesn't look that happy. Trying to escape. Yeah, now it's time to mix with the women's section, and we've had some very interesting games. For example, the end game between Kashlinska and Alina Kashlinska and Alexandra Kostyniuk, and I think the pair of rooks has been swapped. So bishop e8 was played instead of bishop a4, which was also proposed. Rook g2, protecting the second rank. Knight d4, which looks relatively late. Rook king f2, rook c2, king g3, activizing the king, following the ancient rules of playing an endgame. Rook g2, king g2, f6. Well, but still black looks very, very solid. It seems that the game won't last long. So let's say if white takes on f6, they can also not take. They can play knight c4 immediately. Maybe this is even a bit better, because black is not going to take on g5, knight c4, but black can take on c4, bishop c4, and play bishop h5. And I think even black is the side who can try to play for the advantage. Yeah, king h1 is played. I think bishop f5 has to be played otherwise. Yeah, but what else instead of bishop f5? I don't know. Because rook d1 is a very unpleasant threat, because it will destroy the... Yeah, but the game has... I mean, Goganov and Svidler just agree on drawing the position that I thought it just slightly better for black, and probably Peter can try to play for win. Queen c1, and well, Peter decided not to try. But after knight d6, queen d2. Yeah, probably the point being that it's a bit difficult for black to progress on the queen side, because c5 probably will be faced with f4, isn't it? What was the point? Because after knight d5, I thought black can take on d5, or at least try to play knight c4, which looks a bit, I mean, at least not bad for black, and white have to be very accurate. Well, but Peter was peaceful today and decided to agree and draw with black, saving. So tomorrow he will, most likely he will play with whites, and we won't see the same peaceful mood as today. Okay, queen c1, Kaganov Svidler draw in St. Petersburg derby. Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov. Yeah, so yeah, I just forgot that we have to came back to the women's section because we started to. Yeah, but knight g4 was played against knight c4 with basically the much better opportunity, because after knight c4, capture, bishop h5, black is simply better. Knight g4. I don't know if black can try to do the same. Let's say bishop h5. Yeah, but bishop h5, rook c1, and the position remains very unclear. Rook d7 can be the move. But then also take, bishop d4 capture has to be considered. Also Vitugov and Artemiev agreed on draw. I think that was the same repetition, just knight e4, queen e5, c3. Okay, just a good game, but for me it was a bit mysterious why after g6 white couldn't take on g6 anywhere. Maybe they even they could, black is still fine, but I couldn't see the forced refutation of capturing on g6. Okay, so we have 3 results in the men's section and 3 games are still live. We've got some Naidorf mess in Shuvalova against Guseva. So rook b3, knight a4 was played, h take g3, f take g3, and castle. So Guseva decided to castle, and well, basically that is a move that I didn't even consider, because the rook on h8 was already active, and it seemed to me that black can try to create some decisive threats. Let's say play bishop g5, forcing white to retreat on f2, and let's say there. Okay, knight e3 is very tempting, but it's difficult to evaluate the queen c2, knight f2, queen b3, knight h3. Maybe it's just not that good. Maybe it's just not that good for black, because after knight h3, bishop takes, rook takes, king g2, and then all of a sudden white can activate their rook, playing a rook h1 back. But still, black has a decent compensation. Probably they can play rook h6. I'm not sure even if white is better there, so it was also tempting. F take g3, castle, king h2 was played. White solidified a bit, but still maybe black is slightly better. For me, being as a King's Indian player, we also, I mean, everybody likes this kind of pawn center, because f7, f5 and attack, it's a very King's Indian opening, King's Indian defense mood. So probably king h2 will be faced with knight a4, rook a4, f5. But personally, I would prefer bishop g5 instead of castling the king. So there, bishop g5. Getman against Gira, the major rook and queen endgame or middle game. That's the question. So c6, but it seems to me that white improved a bit. The material is equal, c6 pawn is weak, and let's imagine the trade of c pawn and f pawn. If the queens would be swapped, the rook endgame should be in favor of white because the weakness of e5 pawn. Now then f4, f6. So once again, I thought that rook d2 was maybe a better opportunity. I don't know. Rook d5, but then, yeah, rook d5, f4, f6, castle, f takes e5, f5. What I place in a very solid manner. Rook fc1, king h8, b4, and then c6. Yeah, the point being that c6 protects rook on d5, and let's say if rook f8 would be played immediately, white could take on c7, queen c7, and queen d5, and even f5 pawn is untouchable because queen a8 check leads to the mate in 2. So c6 is played, and probably white has a very clear plan how to improve the pieces, starting with rook c2 or rook a2. By the way, maybe rook c2. I would prefer rook c2 or even king g2 first, who knows. Also, we shouldn't underestimate black's idea for attack, let's say playing rook d6 at some point, trying to transfer the rook. It's a bit difficult for me to evaluate this position, but just intuitively, following the intuition, I would say that it feels that white shouldn't be worse. At least the position is equal. Maybe they can try to push. Gunin against Gerachkina. So, yeah, f5 was well predicted. Bishop g7, the same. Rook a e1, queen b6, bishop e1, rook a c8. So positionally, white's in terms of positional plays and positional play and positional patterns, white position looks just awful because bishop b5 is coming, knight e4 is coming. White has a lot of weak squares. h3, bishop h6. I think black is just much better, and Alexandra is about to upset her strong rival Valentina. Bishop h6, and there is no necessity in black's position to create the forced threats, but probably they will follow the plan with playing like doubling on c file, playing bishop b5, maybe queen d6, trying to create some threats on the king side. So it's a bit difficult for white to make a move. Yeah, the bishop on e1 is completely misplaced, and Gerachkina is about to win this game, I would say. Pogonina against Grigorieva. Grigorieva plays in a very solid manner. Queen c7. Yeah, I don't know what Natalia is planning to do. Maybe some queen h5 tricks. I don't know for what reason. Yeah, I'm trying to make some cooperate mate. Let's say if g6. Can white create something? I think yes, they can. They can take on c6 all of a sudden. The point being that queen is untouchable because of knight e7 mate. That is a line that I need to show you because it's very entertaining. That's a trick. That's a trap. Queen h5, g6, king, knight c6 can simply win the game for white. Let's say if bishop c6, white can add queen h6, and black's position looks very, very uncomfortable because at least white can take on g6 there, queen g6, king h8, and now they have a very common plan to transfer the rook on the third rank. Yeah, let's say, yeah, but the question that if they're in time to do it, let's say e4, planning to play rook e1, rook e3, and then make rook h3 mate. So let's say queen d8, yeah. White can follow up with the same idea, playing rook e1, and after queen e8, first they make a check on h6, and after king g8, rook e3, I think white is simply crushing. So all of a sudden there is some still tactical motives in the air, but there is no necessity to play g6 and compromise the position of black's king. Black can opt for f5, and probably killing all of the ideas on the king side for white. So instead of queen h5, I don't know what else Pagunina can do. I mean, the position is more or less equal. She had nothing from the opening. Her opponent plays very, very well. Garifulina against Galyamova. That was a combat in Rui Lopez. Bishop e8, and finally there is some major piece on the h-file, but it's not the best when it's queen. White has to double on h-file somehow. I mean, in order if they want to make some problem for their opponent. Otherwise, black will double on a-file by themselves. g5. And asking black's bishop where it will retreat on d8 probably. And then after bishop g8, I don't know what Garifulina was aiming for, but the very, very typical motive in Rui Lopez is again to play knight f5. Or start with, let's say, if bishop d8, start with queen h6, playing to play rook h1. So in this case, bishop e7 looks a bit more solid, because after queen h6 there is bishop f8 refutation. But after bishop e7, still maybe white can play knight f5. Well, I'm not obliged to calculate any principal lines because I'm not playing the game, and obviously Garifulina will consider this move very properly. But once again, following the intuition, knight f5 looks very, very tempting in the spirit of this Rui Lopez. So bishop d8 and then queen h6 can be played, probably. I don't know what black is planning to do there and how they will protect from rook h1. Could it be blunder by Galyamova? I don't know. Bishop e7 looked... Well, bishop d8 is not pointless, but in the concrete way, I don't see how black can properly refute against the rook h1 threat. Of course, f7, f6 compromises black's king position, but yeah, that's a very important question. So positionally, black is still fine, but they can simply be checkmated there. And probably, yeah, so we're going for the short break, and most likely we'll have a special guest or not. So I have to check it once again.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья. Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
We're back in the studio and we have a very important and
yeah.
guests
heavyweight.
here, and we are happy to see you there, and we're happy to see you playing on the board chess once again after the...
Yeah, over the board chess is weird after a year of basically staying at home, but yeah, it ended up being a reasonably welcome, reasonably relaxed welcome into the tournament. Although it feels like maybe I missed some chances in the end, but. If we talk about the game, the critical points were very, very early in the game. First of all, after Bishop D2, of course, Black has a number of choices in the Grunfeld, but I played a very fun game in the Skilling Open a few weeks ago, where David Anton played E3 and H4 against me, and I was basically lost by move 12. And my opponent never really played Bishop D2 until today, not at least very, very rarely, and I thought maybe his inspiration came from that game, and somewhat uncharacteristically for myself, I actually looked at this line after playing that game against David Anton, and I had some ideas here. It's actually a legitimate line. It is not stupid at all, as often happens today with H4 moves. And I thought maybe I will get a chance to show something.
Yeah, H2, H4 looks very peculiar in this concrete position, because
But it actually is not stupid at all. You have to reply in a very concrete manner, not to be...
Maybe C7, C5 even.
C5 I actually couldn't make work. It's a move you can make, but I don't think it entirely works. And then after knight b6, when he played knight f3, bishop g7, and bishop f4, here I felt kind of stupid, because I've been recently going through my files because of for some reason decided to
prepare for the tournament.
No, prepare for of course not. But I did take upon myself this huge responsibility of writing a course on the Grunfeld for Chessable, and this made me repeat a lot of the files on the Grunfeld, but somehow not specifically this file. And I have a feeling in my previous Grunfeld opus, I think I was recommending this line. I have a feeling that I was probably recommending this line, at least as an additional option. And I was trying to figure out if this is where my opponent is expecting me, so to speak. And he clearly played something that he was not playing previously, and my repertoire against Bishop D2 has been very stable for a very long time. So I was trying to figure out if he is expecting me here, and also trying to figure out what he has prepared in this position, if it is where he is expecting me, and also trying to figure out what will happen if I just castle. And we spoke briefly after the game, and he said his entire preparation at home was to play E3. And then over the board, he thought, why not bishop b5, and played bishop b5. So we both kind of approached it in a slightly weird way.
Alexei decided to solidify quite early in the opening.
Yeah, and
just eliminating the pair of bishops.
It's actually not that stupid. And he told me that he looked at it briefly at home, like it's not zero preparation. But if I start with knight d7, I mean, understandably, some position like this is probably not equal. This is like a very nice Catalan for white.
Yeah,
it's not horrible, but it's going to be a very nice Catalan. And because of that, I took on e5 first.
Yeah.
And then played knight d7, and even after knight f3, I was also considering the move e5. Although here c5 is playable. In particular, I thought g3 here is less threatening, because I think I'm gaining some time. And after d5, I was very curious about this move f5.
Wow.
Because otherwise, if I allow e4 here, it looks very unpleasant for black. So I was thinking about f5 followed by knight f6 and trying to kind of round up this.
Actually, you're better developed, and probably you can...
I mean, it's very risky, but if it works, we could get a very double-edged position. Instead, he played knight d3, and I have a feeling what I played here is more or less required, because if I give him time to stabilize, like get g3 bishop
d2,
he
will try to control the outposts on c5 and e5.
It's not very pleasant, but I think e5 is a smart choice here, and I think the critical position really in the game is whether this is any good for white. I don't really know. it's a legitimate pawn sacrifice. I'm not going to ever win that. I mean, maybe sometime later, but I'm not aiming to win it back straight away. I'm just aiming to prove that my development advantage here and somewhat weakened king on e1 is going to be full compensation. And I was also sort of playing against a specific opponent here a little bit, because I think Alexei is generally a very, very solid player who prefers not to have too many adventures in the opening. So I had a feeling f4 was not coming, and I actually would prefer f4 to happen here, because I can lose but I can also win, but I had a feeling g3 was much more likely. And then we get the position we got in the game, where I think we can go all the way sort of to the final position, and I felt kind of stupid not continuing here, because optically it looks like I should be slightly better, but I've spent on my clock plus the time Alexei was thinking about his moves, I spent trying to find a plan after what he did. Queen d2, it's basically a draw for, but also he could play something like e3 or b3 here, and I just couldn't figure out how I make any progress. And I ended up, also because I spent like 25 minutes on castling and then 20 minutes on bishop takes e5, I had not a lot of time here, and I didn't really feel like continuing was going to be, very profitable, let's put it like
this.
This.
So it means that neither c5 nor like h5 or king g7.
Yeah, I thought White wants to play something like b3, e3, and then like if he gets those two moves in, I really don't understand how I'm making any progress. So you have to play. Yeah, I thought c5 was very critical in all of these positions, and my major worry was I couldn't really. How do we get rid of all the arrows are not disappearing for some reason?
Yeah, you just I'll make it just quite quickly.
So you have to actually click on all of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
with the right button. Yeah. Now the board looks a bit better.
Yeah, because I drew a little bit too many arrows there, honestly. After c5, my major problem was that, I understand it looks a bit ugly, but I couldn't even figure out how I'm making any progress after, let's say, he goes a to a4. And this is a very beautiful position. I have my pawns on the right pieces, on the right squares.
After a4, can you play queen d4 first? Let's say like you fix the structure on the queen side, and now you can try to shake your opponent, ask him.
Sure. Yeah, queen d4 is a move you could definitely make here. But like even if, let's say, queen c2 happens,
and then like
maybe the queen goes
there,
to
or queen b4.
Yeah, maybe. For some reason, like in this particular position, I was checking everything else. I was trying to make b5 work. I kept on looking at ideas of like playing queen c5 with the intention of playing b5. But let's say we actually get there. Hang on a second.
It just relax.
Let's say White goes like, I don't know, b3, b5, e3. And the more I looked at this, the less I understood why I'm supposed to be better.
Yeah,
even queen d4 is becoming an idea. And for some reason I was very very centered on the idea of pushing the b pawn first, and then maybe hoping to push c5 later. I guess c5 was the way to go forward. But I think we've generally spent a little bit too much time on this game. It didn't really deserve all that. We should be looking at the Nepomniachtchi Matlakov game, right?
Let's go there.
That's the game everybody wants to see anyway. My game wasn't that exciting. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
That's a mess on the board. I'll try to erase all of these arrows. Yeah, like I think I've stopped it falling from the move 20 when Jan played bishop e2.
I can tell you, I've briefly checked how big my advantage is according to the machine, so I know a little bit. I clicked through this. Rook e8 is what Maxim played here, I think, is the correct move.
Yeah, but what would be if Black would opt for Rook a7, which is kind of very typical.
I have no idea.
Yeah, but like Rook a7 was my own idea, so now you can see like in the lines where I was trying to play Rook a7.
Rook a7 with the idea of b5.
Every single position.
Yeah, I don't know, but we've gone too far. But just to show you like the nonsense the machine says here. Apparently, the only move in this position that is any good is the move h4, h3, which I'm pretty sure is impossible to consider. At least that's what the somewhat weak engine on the website was saying. Like you are absolutely supposed to play h4, h3 here, which I think no human person will ever, it will not enter into the top 5 ideas.
You know what is the most funny thing? That probably as a human being, the first thing that comes to our mind, that's just not, why not to play G2 or G4 instead of taking H3?
So many things. Yeah, first of all, I don't really understand why we're opening the G file for white, and also, yes, G4, bishop G4, rook G1 is something I have to calculate.
Now maybe
it just doesn't look natural at all.
Maybe I've got the question, because after G4, all of a sudden black can take on G4 with the bishop.
And and then maybe even on F3 if you continue, or F5, who knows? But it's all in the past. But what Maxim played is the move B5, which I thought was absolutely logical. I thought this is what you're supposed to play. But this the machine dislikes, although my information is like 3 moves old. I don't know if Queen B7 is the best move in this position. I was also very curious about Knight B4. I thought maybe Maxim's intention was to play Knight B4 and not Knight B8. But that, as I now realize, I've actually mixed up the heavy pieces on the king side. I thought it was attacking the queen, but it's offering a queen trade. So I'm slightly insane, to nobody's great surprise. So Knight B8 was played. Jan played Queen B7.
Could he simply take on B4? Isn't it like
Queen B5, C6?
Too many pawns for the sacrifice. Yeah, but then C file is open.
I think it's not only the piece. It's also that, as you mentioned, you cannot really reestablish the knight on D5 there, because Rook C8 check will happen.
That's true.
So he played Queen B. He played Queen B7, C6, Knight C7, and this is the weirdest position I've seen in a while. It's just so supremely weird. I have no idea what's happening.
I just click it once again.
First of all, can we take on E3? I was wondering if we can take on E3 here. I understand it's also something that didn't happen, but for me, as I consider myself a hopeless romantic, I was wondering about this because I want to take on F4.
Yeah.
And even after Knight E8, I want to just get to that square.
Yeah, but maybe the main problem that bishop F4 is not even a threat, because because like if Knight E8, Rook E8 counts with a check, right? I mean, like in the initial position.
Yeah. And in this position, I don't know, play something like Queen G5 and pretend you have fantastic positional compensation because the rook comes to E6. And I was getting all excited about all of this. Like, I mean, probably the machine laughs at this and says this is completely insane and white is completely winning, but it's not obvious to me. I don't know. I mean, maybe just
neither for me.
Yeah, maybe just Queen E2 and then Queen D1 and say that we are a piece up and there is no attack, which will be very, very sad for me because I will.
But very, very realistic.
Yeah, but it's what often happens. Yeah, you sacrifice your entire chess set and then the machine says ha ha and just collects everything. And but instead of all this, after Knight C7, Maxim played Rook C8 and Jan played E4. And well, the assumption has to be that you at some point include.
Yeah, basically, it's not less natural. So, I mean, like Rook E3 means giving up some material, and still Maxim tries to hold at least.
Yeah, he was trying to keep it sane. Let's put it like this. But I think this is not the position to aim for sanity. And also, I think Jan is just so happy that the king will be on B1. It's just such a huge big deal that the king actually gets pushed towards safety.
Okay,
I'm still not entirely sure. Like, what happens
bishop
if we
takes king b1?
Let's say if we go bishop d7 or some. Yeah, okay. Bishop b5 is not what I was planning to do. Yeah, bishop f4, king b1, bishop d7. But I guess now white just has knight a6, right? And he is stabilized successfully. Let's count the pawns. I can't really figure out. White is 1 up, 2 up, 1 up.
I think 1 up. Yeah.
1 up. Yeah. But more importantly, his king is completely safe and.
Yeah, and let's say if knight takes on a6, we would rather take on d7.
Take on d7 and then the queen goes back somewhere.
Yeah, and this position is clearly better for white for sure.
Yeah, this looks like not only are we a pawn up, but we've also solved all of the issues. The king is safe.
At least we're a pawn up. Yeah.
Yeah, and to go with it, we have an extra pawn as well. Yeah, it looks quite nice for white. So yeah, it looks like this has been there's been a turnaround. I don't really see how we can successfully avoid this. We can take on c7 with something.
Probably with a rook, by the way.
Yeah, with a rook. Yeah, let's try this. Rook c7.
Queen
we take
takes.
On b8. There's also ef, honestly. I mean, ef is not that stupid, but maybe black is not.
Yeah, we can include queen b8, rook c8, and then ef, probably.
No, I thought, yeah, because if bishop c8, e5 probably just wins material. Yeah, we can't really do that.
Yeah, it feels like.
So we go rook c8, and then I think ef works. Although, hang on, check.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Yeah, I cannot do that because the queen on b8 actually protects the pawn on f4. This is just winning for white, no? Queen f5. Queen f5, yeah, that's the move.
Wow.
Because the rook on h6 protects the bishop on d6, and then I take on f4 next move. Can we do this? If you play bishop
probably yes.
Yeah. Because like if you do this, I'm getting some kind of a normal looking endgame.
Yeah,
well,
just taking on e4.
Sorry, the queen is not hanging anymore.
I was also extra queen in the endgame.
Yeah. I was actually planning to take queen takes e4 next move, and then I realized
like a pre-move. Yeah,
the queen is not hanging anymore. So yeah, this is.
No, but I mean,
so what happens?
Probably white has to play queen b7.
Yeah, so we take the knight here. And then after rook c8, we just don't touch the bishop on f5 at all. Yeah, we go like queen b7 or queen b6 somewhere. Queen b7, I suppose, yeah?
Seemingly, yes. Like queen b7, yeah.
Black can take on f4 with a check, but the king still gets to b1. And once again, we have a situation where white is a pawn up, and his king is safe.
Yeah, black still can include rook b8.
Yeah, this is probably...
Don't ask me why. And
this is probably better than the previous one, I think. The previous one looked hopeless. This one looks worse for black, but not hopeless. But yeah, I'm definitely preferring white here.
Yeah, queen a7 and full control.
Yeah. There's still some play, like bishop g4 is a move. There's definitely some counterplay, but I think white is probably reasonably well in control here. Yeah, but that's a very, very interesting game, and apparently, from what I understand, hugely theoretically relevant. I have no idea about the Ragozins and the things, but my impression was that they both knew quite well what they were doing, quite deep into the game.
Yeah, I think like f4 was the first moment of the game where Maxim started to spend some time.
Yeah, he more or less blitzed it all out.
And I was a bit curious, could he play queen g3 there instead of queen g6? Let's say queen g3, I mean, at least just it seemed to be more logical than queen g6.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no immediate refutation, you keep more things under pressure, right? Yeah, I don't know, looks
so quite, probably like queen g3, if let's say if bishop e2, I still insist on my own idea playing rook a7 there.
Yeah, rook a7 does look very, very interesting.
Because otherwise, if, let's say queen g3, bishop e2, queen g2 looks a bit weird because like we make like two moves in a row with the queen while white has developed all their pieces, like rook g1, queen f2, and some queen d1 stuff.
Yeah, I was looking at even in the game. I was wondering if black could take on. That's actually the same position in the game. Yeah, because he could have taken on g2. In the game as well. And I didn't see any forced refutation. I guess he did not want to give white all that extra time.
Yeah, so my point was like after f4, queen g3, after bishop e2, it was better to play rook a7.
Yeah, is e4 a move here?
f4,
queen g3, e4.
Yeah, so yeah.
I guess bishop g4 is annoying, or something.
Yeah, bishop g4 at least, and maybe some other tactical stuff. Yeah, but I don't see it.
Maybe I was wondering, once again, I'm trying to establish a way for the king to run towards safety, and c2 becomes available to the queen.
Yeah, that's like an instinct.
Yeah, but maybe we can even be greedy and pick up the pawn, because I was hoping to play rook d3, but I now realize that queen e1 check is a bit annoying. Yeah, is a bit annoying here.
Can I play bishop e2 instead of rook d3?
Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I have no idea what this is.
The position is total mess, and but it still white looks safe with his king on b1.
Yeah, the moment the king reaches the b1 square, it starts looking a lot better.
At least in the human point of view.
Yeah. And Maxim is actually still thinking after e4. I wonder what we're missing. Is he planning to, what other moves you can even make apart from, but bishop takes c7 just doesn't look right. You can play bishop c7, ef, and then, maybe this was actually he's trying to evaluate this endgame, I guess, maybe. And queen d7 in the end.
Are we forced to trade the queens, by the way? Otherwise there is queen b6, some c5 stuff also.
Queen b6 doesn't really look like it's an improvement. And also I can go like queen c7. No, queen 7, queen c7, queen c5.
Yeah, sorry, like bishop c7, bishop c7, queen c5.
Queen c5, it does maybe come out. So maybe you actually have an option of queen b6. I assumed you couldn't, because c5, queen b5 doesn't really worry me that much. It's a pawn.
Probably just a blunder. Yeah, queen b6 and...
So maybe queen b6 is playable. Yeah, I assumed the queens were coming off, and I think white is slightly better there if the queens come off, but maybe it's not horrible for black.
Yeah, but in case if black won't manage to trade the queens, it could be just worse.
Yeah, then black is much worse, because the king on f8 will finally... Black will finally start feeling the difference in king safety.
So probably like d4, d5 is a threat.
d5, rook h1 simply is a hugely unpleasant.
So this knight on b8 is a bit stuck and still. Yeah. So white is better. How much are they? We don't know. But
it looks like he is going for this, because he has just, as you can see on your screens, he has just taken on c7 with the bishop. Let's briefly look at other things.
Yeah.
There's this position, which, I've been very puzzled by this game.
Yes.
I mean,
starting from knight e7.
Positionally, like if you ignore the fact that there's a king on f1 and a knight on g1, white has achieved so much here.
Yes, for sure. They have a better pawn structure.
Yeah, unfortunately, he does have a king on f1 and a knight on g1, which will be,
Yeah, we can scroll back to the 17 moves after knight e7, because I thought, like, knowing Mikhail's style of play, I was like 100% sure that he's aiming to, like, play knight h3, knight g5, and just wait for some move to be made by Sergei. Maybe like rook e2, I don't know, like transfer the king to the queen side, rook e1, double h file, I don't know. So looks very puzzling, but it's hard.
I don't know. It's a position where, like, the structure generally, as a player of the Spanish myself, I don't really enjoy the structure, and there are people who play it well, and I think Sergei is one of those people. I think he played enough of it with both colors to understand what goes where. But yeah, normally there is no knight on g1. Normally this knight pair is on these two squares.
Yeah.
And actually white, I think, had an option of doing that. He was not obliged. Oh no, that knight came from here and it went here and here. Yeah. So very, very, very strange position. And what they have on the board right now.
Yeah, just let's evaluate, because obviously it's quite hard to calculate even a single line. I mean, let's make a conclusion about the final position.
I have a feeling black is doing really well, because white is playing basically, effectively a piece down. This knight on g1 is so cut off, and it's just like you can't even get g3, king g2 in comfortably. I think it's just very difficult to even achieve that. And eventually, I think Sergei will push b5 and. Something will happen on the queen side, and his pieces will start getting squares. And
yeah, he has to.
And also 26 minutes against 6. Yeah, which is.
So, but white's plan is to play rook h3, rook g3, and then release the knight from g1.
And then finally start getting
knight e2, knight c1, knight b3 back on the queen side.
Maybe. I don't know. It feels to me like Sergei will end up the happier of the two. But maybe I'm underestimating white's position. Maybe it's so solid that. The fact that we are, playing...
the important factor that Antipov is a bit low on time.
Yeah.
And in this kind of position, it can pay off.
Yeah, it definitely... if Sergei actually finds a way to start asking concrete questions here, it's going to be a very tricky time trouble for Mikhail on 6 minutes for 15 moves here. And we also have
Daniil against Andrei, and I think Daniil was much better.
Yeah, he was close to winning. I don't know if that's still true. Yeah, this is the current position. Something went badly wrong for our friend Andrei in this game.
And after 21st move, king h1, I was strongly convinced that bishop f5 is the
only way to go, yeah?
Not the only, but it looks maybe the most natural, because bishop d7 is a bit low. It's like rook a d1, queen f6. It feels like all of the pieces
it doesn't really look very attractive.
So
and
bishop f5, queen takes f5, queen c4. I think black has a more or less good practical chances.
Still looks extremely
dangerous. Still looks bad, like queen f2,
d6,
and d6.
d6, rook d1, bishop d5. It feels like you probably end up not liking this very much.
Probably, yeah.
So what's happening? Like in the current position, I'm trying to figure out why knight b6 isn't just winning. I mean, there must be. I guess he just goes rook e5. I guess I'm overselling how much this attacks everything.
Maybe even bishop b5, queen c5, bishop e2. It doesn't look very good, at least because of knight d7, knight d7, and.
This one I actually did calculate, and I didn't think specifically because of rook f2. I thought it's just.
Oh well, yeah, that's the answer.
If 97, maybe we could try something, but after rook f2, I thought we should resign.
Rook f2 is quite convincing.
Yeah, but I think it's rook e5 that he's intending. White is of course not forced to go knight b6 at all. There are plenty other moves, like rook d5 is a move.
Yeah, but if knight b6 is a direct win...
Well, rook e5, how do you... I don't see how we win any material here.
My initial guess was to play queen c5.
Yeah, I know it's tempting, but I don't know if it works.
Yeah, but it's difficult to progress
hang on,
afterwards.
Queen where does it go?
Queen c3?
Queen c3, knight f8.
So we take the
other one.
Wow.
We take the other one.
We take the other one.
Yeah, but after queen g5, we still keep control over the d8 square, so I don't know.
Yeah, so in this case, yeah.
Here,
if you take
at least we get to play queen d8 in the end. And yeah, who knows what this is? This may be just fine for black, because the white is some way away from creating direct.
Yeah, but feels like still like white is out of risk. But
probably not risking very much.
Taking on b7 or
bishop
whatever.
b7, bishop c6, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's probably unnecessary.
Yeah, we can like quickly. Yeah, but Dubov played knight b6 and.
Yeah, I don't really think anything apart from rook e5 is even possible. Like I just don't see any other choices.
Maybe after rook e5, white can simply take on d7
and b7 or queen c7 or something. Yeah, like
including queen c7 as well.
Yeah, including queen c7 looks tasty.
It looks very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, it looks very tasty because you cannot possibly allow d7, so you probably end up playing something like queen e6, and then we can throw in rook takes f2 and just continue from there, I guess. Or take on b7 finally. It just looks very nice for white.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so Dubov is about to...
Yeah, I think he's
play the first decisive game of the tournament.
Yeah, he looks, and also everything up to this point actually happened in the Nepomniachtchi Matlakov game up to queen b6.
So this game is all about if black will manage to trade to swap all the queens.
Yeah, if the queens come off, maybe it's not that horrible, but I don't see any way to force the queens off because the white queen escapes via these types of squares if you start chasing it with queen d8, queen c7.
Yeah, so Dubov is about to win the game against... I would say win the game because
looks very
optically
promising, looks very promising. Yeah, rook e5 as expected.
His position looks very promising.
As expected. Well, okay.
A lot of errors.
I'm giving up on the arrow drawing. I'm as usual, completely hopeless at that. Yeah.
So rook e5 is already played.
Rook e5 played. There's other options, I assume, but knight d5 queen takes d6 is a mistake because there are no good jumps for that knight, I think. Although, hang on, yeah, there's a cute idea there. Knight d5 queen d6 rook f2, and asking, do you actually have a good defense against knight f6 check?
Like f5 probably.
F5, yeah, f5 is maybe a good. Yeah, I completely missed f5. Yeah,
but even after f5, the second question is what black is going to do next. What is
king h8, slowly start coming out of the corner. f5 was necessary because if you play, let's say, if you play king h8 here, whoa, okay, that did something unexpected. The problem is knight f6 actually still attacks everything.
Wow.
So we're still winning a queen here.
Yeah, looks beautiful, but in this case,
yeah, but f5
in terms that at some point black can give up the queen.
Yeah, of course, but I assume black
I've been
loses.
thinking about like b7, b6 for all of a sudden. I mean, after, let's say...
Yeah, and then just take on f6.
Yeah, and just take on f6 and pretend that we are not that bad. Probably that can be a fortress.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely save some of these positions. Yeah, maybe not guaranteed.
Yeah, but in practical point of view...
I think, Andrei would be happy to get this out of the position he has right now.
Yeah, in comparison to the position on the board right now after rook e5.
Yeah, there has to be something stronger.
Did Daniil played anything there?
No, he's still thinking, which I think is correct. I think there's no reason for him
the critical moment
to hurry.
Yeah, Queen c5 is not deciding the game.
At least not that we can see. Yeah.
But knight d7 looks very tempting,
just
very natural.
Knight d7, queen c7 looks very natural. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to see the fabled Balenciaga sweater on full display today. It's a trademark by this point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's a good
very,
joke.
very, very nice to see Daniil sticking to his guns in regards to dress code. Very admirable, principled stance he has on this topic. Yeah, much better for white. I've no idea how to do it cleanly apart from 97 queen c7.
Yeah, and Dubov is better in time. It's quite unpleasant for black to defend this position. And yeah, so we are betting on Nepomniachtchi against Matlakov and Dubov and Yesipenko.
Yeah, Maxim has done something quite clever. He is actually trying to lock that queen in the corner somehow. He's played queen d6, stopping queen c5, and he's not really threatening to catch it or even attack it necessarily. But he's
at least protect the square.
Yeah, he is trying to make it as difficult as possible for that queen to rejoin the action in the center and on the king's side.
By the way, if we'll try to
is d5
follow, yeah, d5 the move. Because let's say if c takes d5, maybe we can take on d6 even. Rook d6 and knight b5, trying to collect all of the fruits on the queen side.
Queen takes b5
queen
also
b5 also. It was also
d5 is definitely tempting, but you could also, I think, just completely ignore queen d6, go rook hf1 and sort of ask, okay, you made that move, what's your next move? Eventually, I don't know, bishop f5, knight e4 might become a threat or something. I don't think
so the material is equal, but the position is bad for black.
But you know black is in trouble.
Maybe knight d7, maybe black has
something
something
d7, I want to just play, I don't know, queen a6 or something and continue asking to... Although maybe it's playable and now something like rook e8 or some such. And rook hf1 is actually what Jan ended up playing there. I think he also feels that
because in this position after rook e8, we still have to...
Yeah, there's this endgame. Yeah. If all else fails, we have the endgame of the queen takes e6, which is probably quite good for white. There's going to be some drawing chances, but it's going to be quite nice for white, obviously. In the end, there will be a lot hanging.
Rook hf1 on the board.
Yeah, and also
knight d7 instantly.
Yeah, 23 against 5 as well, which is
so 2 time travels and 2 bad positions for black pieces, and
not insignificant. Yeah, the issue is it's so difficult to imagine how black, solves the underlying problems. Maybe you can actually go queen a6, rook c7, and hope to play, I don't know, knight f6, king g7, and stabilize that way. But yeah,
and generally Jan is very good in this kind of position where he's he's better, not winning yet, but he makes a lot of very deep tricks on the time trouble.
Yeah, he is going to be a nightmare to play against in this position for Maxim, because he is going to be asking small tactical questions every move, and every mistake you can count on being punished. So it's not going to be fun at all for Maxim here.
And
hang on, I think maybe. Well, Daniil actually sacrificed the queen there.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Just let's briefly give a look.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, I'm very curious now. Has he missed queen g5? Because he played queen c5 reasonably quickly, and now he is thinking, which is a strange, sequence of things. But also queen g5 is, you're not supposed to be missing queen g5. There's only really 2 moves you need to calculate there, queen c3 and
okay, once again, knight f8 is played.
Yeah, knight f8, king f8 will be played, I guess.
Quite quickly.
I assume, and...
do we need to play d7?
No, we don't, but if we take on f2 here, which I guess is the other logical move, there is rook c1. I don't know if we need to allow...
rook c1.
I don't know if we need to allow a trade of 1 pair.
Because I've only been considering rook b5.
Rook b5 is also a move. I don't know how it loses, but I'm worried about allowing rook c1. I feel like maybe this gives black.
So it could be a blunder. At least it's not that clear.
I mean, I still agree with you that white runs no serious risks here. I'm pretty sure white is fine, but I'm not sure if this was optimal in terms of winning.
Let's quickly get back to the position that we've been looking for after knight b6. Yeah, so instead of queen c5, so we've summed up that after knight d7, knight d7...
Yeah, we thought this was very strong, but maybe he didn't feel that the position, let's say, after queen c7, queen e6 was that clear for some reason.
Yeah, even taking on b7 there.
No,
because this line looks very forcey.
Well, even immediately, actually, we don't have to...
I mean,
we don't have to even include now queen c7, queen e6. Yeah, this is very curious because, I mean, what they have on the board right now, it still looks nice for white, but I'm not 100% convinced it's...
So, but d7 is also played very quickly.
Yeah, he's also played d7. Maybe he wants to play b6 here. But I think rook b5, I still win that pawn.
No, but then the rook... Yeah, but the rook is pinned, so I mean, it's forced to protect the d7 pawn. Maybe they have some like... Yeah, but b6 is quite clever, because
b6
after rook d5, we can try to transfer the another rook.
To like c4 or something, yeah. Like rook f2, rook b6, rook f4. And yeah, rook c4 is a huge big threat.
Yeah, like probably white is in time to control the c file.
It's very possible, yeah. Maybe he's just calculated all of this and he is very certain about his...
Yeah, but if b6 is possible, how black should react?
I think it's below, yeah.
Ah, sorry.
I think you have to scroll down.
Come on. So d7, queen d8, and yeah, b6 is very clever.
Yeah, maybe there's something better that black can do if we could somehow attack the pawn on d7 very quickly.
Like rook e5, rook e7.
Rook e5, bishop, even bishop takes b7
bishop takes
exists.
b7,
yeah,
probably
even
killing.
bishop b7 exists. Yeah, maybe this is just very smart by... But he's already played rook f2, which is very interesting.
Wow.
So if we go rook b5 here, or maybe he just goes rook f4 anyway.
I know, he just... Yeah, he goes for the same idea, but in a bit different interpretation. Yeah. Like
rook b5, rook f4
rook f4, and then
be
rook
winning, yeah.
a4 after rook c5. So it's like
even rook e4 just wins on.
Or rook e4
maybe
as well.
Just wins on the spot, yeah. So I guess he was just he estimated this position much better than we did.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, just rook f4, and it seems like black is never in time to get to the d7 pawn, and eventually something bad will happen.
Yeah, so we've been trying to create something on the board while Daniil just played all of the strict moves.
Yeah.
And yeah. So
looks bad, yeah. Looks kind of bad.
Rook f2 and like maybe some hidden chances for black.
And you can play rook c7, but bishop h3 really is not a move you are, you know.
Like
yeah,
g6, let's say g6, b6 intermediate. And
g6,
b6 intermediate probably.
Yeah, b6 also, yeah, also quite decent. You could also, I guess.
Bishop e6, f5, g4, e4. Yeah, I mean, like white has a variety of opportunities.
Yeah, many things.
Yeah, so Dubov is about to win his game against Andrei Isipenko and, yeah, upsetting the young Russian star. And so once again, Antipov against Karakin, and that will be the last game.
Ah, okay, so the pieces actually came out of the corner a little bit, but Sergei is about to have a passed pawn on the b file, so this is getting very sharp.
Yeah, Sergei decided to regroup his major pieces on the queen side. I mean,
he's going to push. You know, both b4 and c4 are playable, but I would expect him to push the b pawn to b3, and then
yeah.
Think again after that, because that looks logical.
Yeah, rook d1. What was the purpose of rook d1, by the way?
I guess the pawn was hanging.
Yeah, that's true, but
I mean, I understand it sounds...
Yeah, but in this case...
it's not hanging, yeah, sorry.
It's not hanging.
Yeah, it's not hanging at all, because
yeah, but
knight g5 check, yeah.
A severe time trouble.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but I was thinking about knight d2. I mean...
Yeah, that looks more...
Knight d2, knight b3...
But maybe the rook f8 is annoying.
Wasn't it one of the...
Yeah, but maybe it was
very
just
last
there.
move.
Yeah, maybe it was just there. It's very difficult.
Back.
Yeah, very, very hard to estimate what's happening.
But maybe there's still nothing wrong for black. But b4c takes b4. That's the move I don't really like for Mikhail, because now this
the bishop on d6.
Yeah, now the bishop goes on b6, and now Sergei will double and file back. So c takes b4. Maybe d4. What was the idea?
Yeah, maybe he expects to.
Maybe d4.
I think he did play d4. It feels like
he has to. Otherwise, it's pointless.
But I think Sergei will not even mind giving up the pawn, and if like b3 and then queen b6 or queen a6 or something.
Say queen a6
and I mean d rook ff8, and we don't really care about the pawn on e5 very much. We've made so much progress on the queen side.
Yeah, and this position looks very dangerous for white.
No, this looks like a typical game where Sergei just has so much more experience playing these structures that eventually he just started to tell. He is so good in these types of positions that if you give him an opening somewhere, he is going to exploit it.
Yeah, and optically it looks like Sergei is very slowly maneuvering, but at some point when white tries to explode the center,
Yeah.
Suddenly it looks like all of the pieces are on the right spot.
Yeah, everything is exactly where it's supposed to be in his camp. So yeah, I think Mikhail is in trouble. And what's happening? Let's take one last look at the Nepomniachtchi Matlakov game, and then I'll probably. He did play rook. He didn't play rook c7. I was kind of wondering about rook c7, but maybe he thought d5 was very strong.
Yes, but then rook e8. What have you been?
Well, I mean, queen c6 wins a pawn on the spot.
Queen c6.
You have this option. That's sort of one option, and there might be something stronger. I mean, d5 in particular is d5. Maybe knight c5 is not. d5 is actually the one thing you are not supposed to do here, because knight c5 is a very strong reply.
Simply winning the pawn, right?
Yeah, Jan just played bishop c2. Jan says, I don't need to calculate. I'm just so much better that.
So he was a bit unsure about the endgame. So he knew that it's probably much better, but it couldn't be.
I think he also just enjoys, giving.
Yeah, but this position is a torture for black.
It's just his advantage is never going away. Even if, let's say, black establishes some kind of knight f6, king g7 setup, even that position will be very annoying.
It looks like White's king's dream will come true. He will play king a1 somewhere and bishop b3 or bishop b3 a3 knight king a2.
A lot of problems that Maxim will have to continue solving until the game is over, and it feels like eventually you just allow something and die.
Also a deep time trouble and
although I mean they've made it's move 31, so it's not 32 actually. It's not as bad as it might look. In effect, Maxim has 9 minutes for 8 moves if you include the increment, but.
Yeah, but the position is quite concrete, and
not in this position. In this position, this is not a lot. Going to be very, very difficult for Maxim to survive this.
Knight f6 is
Knight f6
played.
Yeah, d5 is actually quite attractive here if you want to start forcing the issue with white. But you could also just continue waiting, like rook f3, rook df1 comes to mind.
Yeah, doubling on f5 looks very natural.
Bishop b3, and then hinting at some f7 shenanigans also doesn't look stupid. Just a very nice position for white.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe it's time to have a slight break and to let Peter relax and prepare for the next game. And I hope that tomorrow we'll see him in the studio again. Being
we'll see how it goes.
In a better mood, in a better result.
I'm in a perfectly fine mood today, but I don't know if the better mood exists, to be honest.
Yeah, while you haven't been playing on the board for, almost a year.
This is a very, very workable mood, I will say. I'm not really expecting much more than this.
Happy to hear it.
Yeah, but anyway, thanks for having me, and Daniil will be back with the coverage in a short while. Is just passing the move over to Maxim and saying, okay, find something good to do again. King g7, eventually d5 might become an issue, and it's just so difficult to make moves.
Yeah, like what was a3 really improving White's position?
Yeah, because I'm a bit surprised because
like b4 is not an AD because the
bishop on f4 is hanging. But in general, you do give this hook for black to try and use as for counterplay. But yeah, we'll see how this concludes, but probably without me.
Yeah, so we're heading to a short break. Stay tuned. Don't turn off. Russian Superfinals.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас наша юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном.
Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать. Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Happy to be back here in the studio, and we've got 3 decisive results on the Russian Superfinal, and Antipov and Karakin game is about to end with a victory of Sergey. But let's quickly give a look how Dubov and Nepomniachtchi have converted their advantage. So, as we've been analyzing with Peter, we made a conclusion that white position is winning. Also, instead of rook f2, b6 was an option for sure. But rook f2, rook c7, bishop h3. Yeah, I'm asking to show up the board. Yeah, thank you. Bishop h3, g6, rook f6. A very strong move, and it was made against f5. Yeah, so by the way, I'm trying to understand what would be if black would take on d7, by the way. Was it possible? Oh no, there is a very cute tactical trick. Then white takes rook f7, and if king f7, there is a double attack rook d7, and black couldn't take with rook as well because rook takes d8, winning. Yeah, so rook f6 was very cute. King g8, rook fd6, centralizing, rook c2, rook 6d2, offering a trade, but for sure the position is lost after rook d2, f5. White can simply play e4 or even bishop g2, the queen is pinned, and bishop b7, collecting all the pawns and easily winning the endgame. Of course, Andrei decided not to trade the rooks, but it doesn't help at all. Rook c7, rook d3, f5, and then b6. The last note of the game. Rook c2, rook a3. There is no defense, no good defense against rook 8, and Daniil deserved the first victory of the tournament, starting in a very excellent manner. And Yan Nepomniachtchi won his game against Maxim Matlakov. Bishop c2 was played, and that was the moment we went up for the short break. Knight f6, a3, queen c7, yes, d5, crushing the pawn structure, knight d5, and after knight d5, c d5, queen b5, the material is equal, but black's position is collapsing and devastating. Rook b6, queen d5, queen c3, b4, not blundering, mate 1, rook f6 and rook f4, simple tactical trick was rook f4, follow up with rook f4, queen d6, double attack, winning the game. Let's quickly give a look what has happened in Gunin and Gerechkin. The game we've been predicting that Gerechkin will win it easily after bishop e1, rook ac1, rook ac8. We made a conclusion that black is much better. h3, bishop h6, g4. That is very in the style of Valentina Gunina, but the problem that the position doesn't suit this kind of play, because white is playing almost without their 2 minor pieces, without knight on h4 and bishop on the 1, which are placed quite awkwardly. Bishop b5, queen g3, bishop g5. Very cute move, very intelligent. I mean, for sure they could play bishop d2, but bishop g5 is quite solid. F takes, h takes, moreover. Now black has even a better pawn structure. Knight f5. Okay, yeah, like Valentino was trying to mud the water. Queen c7. Very clever decision, asking for the endgame, which will be just lost for white. a4, bishop a6, rook f3, g takes f5, g takes e5, knight e4. Simply winning a piece. Queen g4, queen h7, f6, e6. White cannot even make a threat because the bishop on a1 is completely misplaced. It had to be placed at least on b2 in order to create some bishop c1 threats. Queen h5, bishop h6. Yeah, bishop on b2 will have been placed more effectively than on a1 for sure. But then bishop b2 is played only there, knight g3, queen h4. So simply black is pawn piece up. Queen h4, rook g8, and also black is the side who attacks. e4, knight takes, bishop c1. Yeah, and so it's like a queen sacrifice, but in the final position, black has a huge material advantage. So they're more than a piece up, and white simply decided to resign because also rook g2 is hanging and there is no protection, no defense against it. So that was the first decisive game in women superfinal. Now let's go to Getman Gira, which also has ended but in a draw. So c6, we've seen it. a4, well, not a bad move for sure. Rook f8, a5, b5, queen c2, a bit passive, but what was the idea, by the way? Could black simply take on f5? Yeah, they could, but then like if queen takes, we capture on f5, and after rook f5, rook c6, and probably white is better. So that was the whole point of queen c2, simply attacking the pawn. Rook g2, but then white didn't take on c6 because of queen f5, and with a pair of queens on the board, obviously white could be just lost. Rook d1. This position looks a bit scary for white, but they're in time to trade a pair of major pieces. Rook d6. So this rook d2, rook d1, rook d6 moves or move order looks a bit awkward. It feels like Olga has blundered rook d1. So after queen c2, something else had to be played. Maybe even e4, no? Let's say e4. Probably white has to take on e4, otherwise if queen c6, queen f5, black has a crucial attack. Queen e4. Yeah, queen takes e4, rook f5. But still position remains complicated. Queen c6. Probably white is not losing. Queen d2, rook f1, I don't know. Looks scary for sure, but probably not losing yet. But Olga Giri simply blundered rook d1. I mean, I'm not sure, but optically it looks like after rook d1 she didn't find anything better than retreating to d6. Rook d6, queen d6, queen e4, c5, eliminating the rest of the pawns on the queen side. B takes c5, queen c5. Still, I would prefer black's position, but looks like Tatiana Getman found the right order to make a move moves to make a draw. Queen c4, yeah, but queen c4 again wasn't the best solution, because after queen c4, b takes c4, king f1. I think white is the side who tries to win the game, because their king is more active, and rook d5, rook d7 invasion is coming. King g8, rook d7, rook f5, rook a7, wow, e4. Well, isn't it just worse for black? Okay, maybe white shouldn't hurry with rook c7. Maybe king e2 was an option. Let's say king e2, c3. But then I see that there is lack of ideas there for white how to progress. Yeah, maybe like rook c7. Maybe rook c7 still was fine. Rook a5, rook c4. Obviously white can try to play this position because e4 pawn is very weak. Rook e5 has to be played. Rook e5 was played. Rook c7. Well, probably the point was that it's a bit difficult to approach to the pawn on e4. So obviously white can try king g2, but even rook g5, king h3, rook h5 should hold easily for black. So in the conclusion, the position is just a dead drawish, and yeah, the players agreed on draw. in this position. So the draw for the current Russian champion, who's going definitely to defend the title for Oligira. And let's quickly get back to Antipov against Karakin, because these things are... It became very, very tactical in comparison to the position like 20 moves before. Rook hd3. Yeah, white is totally painted. It feels like it has to be something winning there for black. Obviously not to start with bishop e5 because of knight g6. You know, like, I'm not sure that this position is lost for black, but it feels like at least black gave white some practical chances, so it's better not to hurry up with capturing on e5. Instead of bishop e5, there has to be plenty of options. Yeah, the other point was that queen e4 is also impossible because of rook d8, I guess. Winning the queen on e4. So we need a good advice for Sergei how he can proceed playing on win. Okay, we just figure out that capturing on e5 and e4. These two pawns are poisoned. Maybe he can try to double on f file somehow. Let's say starting with maybe bishop b6 first. Why not? Yeah, but after bishop b6, creating a threat of taking on f2. I don't see a better move except queen takes b2, rook f2, queen takes, bishop takes. And this position has to be winning for black if there is no concrete counterplay. Yeah. Yeah, so bishop takes f2. Let's say knight g6 shouldn't work immediately because of, I think, king g8, which is more accurate than king g7, not allowing. Ah, no, sorry, but it doesn't matter because the rook is pinned and simply, yeah, black is winning in any way, anyhow. Yeah, so rook f2, queen f2, bishop f2 should be winning for black. Then we take on e4, and white checks shouldn't be enough to make a draw, to make a perpetual. Yeah, just taking on f2. Sorry, yeah, my mouse is a bit... makes me nervous a little. King f2 and whatever. Easily taken on e4 should be fixing the crucial advantage. Even letting white trade a pair of rooks. Let's say rook d8, king g7, and then like black's king is climbing on the stairs towards the white rook to the e7 square, and white has a lot of weaknesses because, like, let's say, yeah, if rook d8, king g7, if white's knight retreats on f3, I think this position is still lost somehow. Well, maybe not in the forced way, but even after queen g4 it should be lost. But maybe Sergei can try to improve his position also. I mean, he's not obliged and forced to play bishop b6. I mean, there. Yeah, he will try to improve the position of his bishop, but I don't know how. And also, obviously, his main idea is to press on f2, and I mean, with this, at some point I can see the coincidence with the right of two weaknesses, because like the first weakness is this strong b2 pawn, which is almost a queen, and the second weakness is the A very bad placement of white's king. So it has no protection, and on two sides black should convert their advantage into a full point. Yeah, so L rook hd3, and Sergey thinking maybe bishop b6, maybe something else. Maybe even queen c5, I don't know. Так, what about other games? Pagonin against Grigorieva. I don't know what has happened, but now it feels like white is simply winning. Okay, let's give a look at the game. So that was the moment where I was proposing queen h5, which was a total waste. Knight c6, bishop c6, queen g4, f6. Yeah, but even this position is not that bad for black. White has a slight advantage, but not that sufficient. h4, b takes, rook takes, d5, rook c1, rook c6. Yeah, they have the only weakness is e6 pawn, but it shouldn't be enough for white to win the game. But Pagonin plays a very, very intelligent and very good positional game, trying to shake black's pieces. h6, very good. Queen b6, h5, yeah. And there we can conclude that white has improved a lot. h4, queen f1, protecting from everything. d4, taking everything. Queen d3, rook d5, rook e1. Yeah, this position is simply winning for white. But we can try to find some tactical tricks for black. Let's say h3, g3 is seemingly light, seemingly coming g3, and then d3, let's say. Yeah, but even d3 doesn't work because white can simply play rook d4, and there is even no idea with rook g3 what I was opting for initially, because the rook is protected and white's king is in time. Oh no, sorry. Wow, probably it even works, isn't it? Yeah, so h3 is played. It's a very cute tactical trick. I don't really believe that it could work, but who knows? Let's say g3. Yeah, Pagonin is thinking g3, d3, and what to do. Maybe black is not that bad even though. Yeah, let's say g3, d3 once again. What to do there with white? Because these two pawns are a bit annoying. And it's quite easy to blunder rook g3 after rook d4. Even this position shouldn't be lost for white, but now maybe they could stop pretending they're playing on win. Yeah. This is a very cute tactical trick. Maybe Grigorieva is hoping for it. So what else going on? For example, Koshlinskaya against Kostyanyuk, a very tense game. White was probably slightly better, but black was very solid. White has a pair of bishops. Black has a weakness on h5. It looks like white is trying to play on win. I don't know how will they manage to do it. For example, just to retreat with the bishop on f1. Yeah, h5 pawn is hanging. I don't know if black has something concrete there. Bishop d1 probably. And then bishop g4, but then we can play bishop e3 and shake the placement of the black's minor pieces, because b5 pawn is hanging and it's not that easy to protect everything. So Koshlinskaya is trying to win. She's trying to upset Alexandra Kostyanyuk. So I remember that Shuvalova against Guseva was quite tense and quite interesting. And now it feels like black have collapsed because rook e7 mate is threatening. But I don't know how this position has occurred. Castle, in my point of view, wasn't a good decision because, like, optically, it feels like rook is very useful in h-file, and bishop g5 was an option. Castle, king h2, knight e4, rook takes, queen b8. Bishop f2, queen b7, rook c4, rook b5, queen c2. So instead of attacking on the king side, black decided to retreat with everything on the queen side. That was a bit strange. Bishop e1, everything is protected. Yeah, so probably the point being that bishop e5 doesn't work somehow. I don't know why. Maybe take, rook c7. Let's say queen b5 and probably bishop f1, I don't know. But it looks like. Which is a bit obscure. Bishop e1, knight b8. Bishop e4. Yeah, so black's, well, I'm nobody to criticize black's play, but it looks very, very logical because they had very active pieces and very good attacking chances, and they decided just to set all the pieces on the initial positions. Bishop f5, queen d5. Yeah, of course, if you play knight b8 and then you play f5, it means something is going wrong. Bishop f5, queen d5, rook d1, queen f7, rook d6. Well, probably it has been blundered by Gusev, but knight b8 is not the move that you want to make, really. King h7 instead of king f7 for some reason. Bishop c3. Yeah, this position is simply much better for white. King g2, knight c6, rook h4. Yeah, white is just crushing. King f3, creating some mating threats. Knight b2, g4, rook f8. And let's try to find a concrete win there for white, if it is possible. Obviously, white can simply play rook a7, fixing all the advantage, and I think the position is still lost. Yeah, probably rook a7 it should be enough. It's clever. Okay, black can play king f6, but then like even h4 or something more convincing. I don't know. So I would predict white to win in this game, and I think you would agree with me. So the other game, Garifulina against Galyamova. Such an interesting stuff on the board. White's rook is packed on the A file, but on A1, but white is trying to checkmate. That was very interesting. Queen h4 instead of queen h6 for some reason. It's a bit unexplainable for me. Because at least in this position, white gives black a chance to play h7, h5. I don't know how good is it, but maybe it's some kind of provocation. f6, e takes queen f7, bishop g5, b4. Yeah, it's difficult to explain what's going on in this game. And then it's twice more interesting to watch it. Bishop a4, bishop takes knight f1, bishop c2, rook c1. b3. Yeah, now black received a very pleasant pawn structure because in some kind of endgames their bishop sacrifices on c3 or a3 will be in the air. King g3, h5, knight e3, bishop d3, king h3, but, well, it doesn't feel like white can be worse there. Rook a2 is strong, g4, rook b8. Well, I don't know why this probably taking on b2 was dangerous, I don't know why. Yeah, maybe simply taking on h5 and rook g1. But it's very, 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 very unclear. So obviously that was a critical moment. I won't expand it too much because like we have other games, rook a2, pawn takes, forcing white to play rook a1, then bishop b6, intermediate. knight g2, bishop b1, g takes, bishop e3, bishop d8, queen g5, king f8, queen h6, king g8. Isn't it a draw? And why black decided not to play king e8? That is the question. What were they afraid of? Because king e8 looks more natural, giving some chance, trying to create some mess on the board, because after king g8 seemingly white will play queen g5, otherwise f6 pawn is hanging. Oh, they can try to play bishop g5, but it seems very logical because black has a lot of tempos. They can play rook a7, which is very, very solid, and it looks like white shouldn't be in time to create some threats. Yeah, but king e8 is a very good chance to play in with, personally. At least optically it looks like. King g8 is safe, king e8 is probably winning. But Galamo has only 5 minutes, she's a bit low on time, and we'll see what she will opt for. So the other games. Returning to Antipov against Karekin. So in this position, after rook hd3, Sergei played rook b3, which is very interesting, at least. Trying to retrieve the maximum from this pin. Yeah, white is very passive, and it's really unbelievable how white can escape out of this torture. King g7, king g1, unpinning, but there might be some tactical solution. At least, let's say rook takes d3, forcing capture on d3 with the rook. Otherwise, black just promotes the queen after taking on d3 with the queen. Yeah, in there, everything should be winning. I don't know. Even bishop b6, even queen e4. Yeah, queen e4 is very, very solid. Queen e4, and white should resign there. They can try some peculiar tactical stuff connected with knight e7, but it seems to me that yeah, the game just have ended, and Sergei won. But what was the final position? So queen c1, and after rook d1, what was the point? What was the black's idea? Maybe queen g5 simply. Yeah, queen g5, queen h5, and white position collapses. So after Sergei winning his game against Mikhail Antipov with black pieces, we've got 3 leaders in the men's section. They are Yan Nepomniachtchi, Daniil Dubov, and Sergei Karyakin. The other games have ended in a draw, and still 4 games in progress in the women's section. So we can get back to the women's section. So h4 is played in Shuvalova and Guseva, and it just shows off how the tables could be turned in the women's chess, because after the opening, white were very... So they were under big risk, but Guseva decided to castle and spoiled very good attacking chance. And now after h4, it's very difficult to give a good advice for her. Because, well, I can't say what is hanging in this very moment, but black is just lack of move left. Let's say knight c4 trying to unpin the rook. Yeah, white can simply play rook h7, let's say. I mean, rook h8 mate is threatening. Yeah, I don't believe in king g6, and this position should be winning for white for sure. So h4 is played. And after h3 in the game between Pagonin and Grigoryev, it feels like finally Natalia has figured out what is a trick after h3, g3 and d3. This very cute rook sacrifice on g3. Yeah, once again I'll just remind you how this position occurs after rook d4, rook g3 first for sure, f takes g3 and bishop c5, and it looks like black is simply winning because this panty pawns on d3 and h3 just widening white's defense, and white's king is too passive and white is not in time to defend against it. So yeah, bishop c5 and this one. Yeah, and even queen h2 is not saving because after bishop d4, bishop c1, bishop c3, there is no defense against d2. So what was the reaction against h3? Natalia is still thinking. And, well, probably black is simply fine. Probably black is simply fine. White has to take on d4 with the bishop. Yeah, and simply h takes g2, creating a very cute threat of bishop d6, bishop h2. At least black should be fine there. It seems to me. So what are the other games? Garifulina Galyamova, well. So it feels like the opponents have declined the draw proposal, the repetition after king g8, bishop g5 was played, queen h7, very good move. Maybe it was a blunder, I don't know. But it's impossible to win this position with white here. So that's why I don't understand this decision to play bishop g5. Black should be fine somehow. So let's say bishop f6, knight c4. Threatening probably something. Yeah, but even there, bishop e7. I don't feel it can be that bad. Knight d2. Simply bishop d3 or bishop c2. Yeah, white is a pawn up. But with this pawn on a2, black shouldn't be in real trouble. But maybe still Garifulina has found a not bad practical chance. So bishop h6, Galyamova thinking. So the game between Kashlinsky and Kostyanyuk is still in progress. That is what we're talking about. But then bishop d2 was played instead of bishop e3. So yeah, because bishop d3 was a blunder because of knight g4. And then bishop d2 was played. Clever move. 100 times better than bishop e3 for sure. Well, black is kind of active and they shouldn't be that worse. So for example, they can try knight c4 or even a6 very, very calmly. So they shouldn't be under the big risk. And in the other games, Garifulina against Galyamova, the position is very unclear and No, but rook c8 was played, which is very clever. And now probably the white's only chance to escape is to try to transfer the knight to d2 as soon as possible. So let's say knight f1 immediately. But then if knight f1, there is a very cute trap. I see it. Knight f1, rook b8. White has to play bishop c1. Yeah, so all the forces stuck. And then all of a sudden black can try to regroup playing bishop d3, and if knight, let's say, retreats on e3, then black plays rook a8, and literally white is stalemated because okay, knight f5 is possible, but in my point of view this position just should be bad for white. Or somehow like this. I mean, like Galamov is out of risk at 100%, but Garifulina for no reason just declined the draw, and it was a bit strange decision in my point of view. Okay, she's very young, ambitious, she wants to win every single game, but sometimes it's better just to fix not the worst result, maybe one of the best, one of two best results in the game. Yeah. So we expect at least a couple of decisive games in the women's section. Let's say it could be Shuvalova and Guseva and Garifulina against Galamova, where Pogonina seemingly is trying to find a rescue. Yeah, but bishop d4, rook g2, king h1 probably, yeah, it was the best solution. And still black has to show some precise move. Maybe f5 or h5, they need to create a very concrete counterplay. Maybe f5 and bishop h4, something like this. Has to hold the position for black. We'll see if Grigoriev will manage to do it. Or maybe even bishop d6, aiming to play rook h2, rook g2. Very popular drawish idea. Okay, still it has to be, yeah, let's say bishop d6, rook e6, which is very forcey, rook h2, king g1, rook g2. If king f1, I think black can play rook g6, so it's better for white not to decline the draw repetition. So knight f5 immediately is played in Garifulina against Galamova. Can I simply overestimate black's position? Maybe I just blundered it. Bishop f6, knight d6. Maybe Garifulina is just playing in a very genius manner. Let's say rook b8, knight c4, bishop d3. Wasn't an idea. Yeah, let's say rook b8, knight c4 is almost forced. Okay, I don't believe in bishop c1, to be honest, but it could be possible. Maybe bishop c1 is not that better for sure. Because if knight c4, black plays bishop d3, and then rook b2 is coming, and black should be fine. Yeah, but what is going on? Rook c7? Yeah, but then, yeah, if knight b5, so this is a trick. If knight b5, rook b7, there is no knight e3 because simply black can take a pawn and still white is stalemated. So knight b5 is illegal, but what if, yeah, so provoking white to play knight e8 because there is no threat, black can simply play rook f7, nothing is hanging. Obviously white is not going to take on f6. So rook c7 is also interesting. A very artificial move by Galamova. And the rest of the games, Kashlinska against Kostyanyuk. White has a pair of bishops, and I'm a bit curious how this position has occurred. Bishop d2, knight f3, instead of a6 for some reason. Bishop c3, knight h4, It doesn't look like Alexandra is playing in win, but well, I don't know if she's any kind of risk. Let's say bishop d4. Yeah, bishop d4, and the position remains a bit unclear. Okay, obviously white is out of risk, but could they try to play this position for the positive result? Bishop d4, let's say a5, and then a4, creating some kind of fortress. Well, that's not stupid. That's intelligent. And then, therefore, b4 was played. White is trying to fix the pawn structure. The only weak is on the queen side, and then bishop d4 is threatening. That is a good move. But still, the position has to be drawish. Something like h4 or bishop c2. Well, I won't calculate, but I wonder one of these two moves will hold. Will hold for black. Yeah, the rest of the games are in progress, and we are heading to the second time trouble after the increment, and we will have very entertaining end of the rest 4 games of the tournament. All of the games are played in the women's section, so stay tuned. We will be back after the short break.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских...
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет? Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Once again, hello ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the studio. Russian Superfinals round 1 on air, and the last 4 games are still in progress. And it's a bit surprising that in the men's section all of the games have ended less than 4.5 hours, but only 2 games on the women's section last not for a long time. And let's give a look on the playing hall, and I would ask the broadcast to give me an additional board on the right side of the screen just to show the lines and the positions, the active positions. So it seems to me that Grigorieva has made everything correct, and after rook h2, that was the idea that we've been looking for. King g1, so Natalia decided to decline the repetition, played king f1, rook h2. I think that's the best decision. Rook g4. I think the point was that either you take on f6 or h7, there is no difference, because it only leads to a very dangerous position, because after king e2, h2, black is going to play rook g1, and it's a bit mysterious for me how white can escape there. Let's say if f4, black simply plays rook c1, and this is the typical rook endgame idea, and black is simply winning, because after rook h2, we're playing rook c2 and taking the rook on h2. So rook g4 was played, probably the point being that now king g1 is threatening, and maybe it's a good practical chance. Maybe it's a very good practical chance, and personally, I'm afraid I've been mistaken, because now this position doesn't look that safe for me, because if rook h1, simply black retreats with rook, forcing black to, let's say, play rook h2 back. Otherwise, if rook takes this position, I'm not sure if it holds. So black's king has to proceed on the queen side, maybe initially playing f5, and it can be some kind of a study where positionally black makes a draw because their h-pawn is very active. And well, why not? Maybe even this position is holdable for black. So we'll see, and Pagonia is trying to, she's examining her younger opponent. So Garifulina against Galamova. Black decided to sacrifice a couple of pawns with an idea to activate all of their pieces, and we'll see if they really manage to do it. So king f7, just looking on the material. What is the material? White is a pawn up, but it feels like, I mean, optically it feels like black has more pieces on the board than white, because their rook a1 is stalemated, and literally speaking, black has a pawn, sorry, white has a pawn for the rook. So king f7, yeah, probably black is just winning, and the Galamova has found a very good way how to convert her big advantage. King f7, so also white is in some kind of zugzwang, because it's not easy how to proceed. Let's say if d7, which looks very principled, black easily can play king e6, and there is no way how to protect the pawn. So it means d7 is just a clear blunder. Instead of d7, the advice is hardly given for white. Okay, just for instance, bishop e3 somewhere, but then like king e6. So it's king e6 is almost a pre-move. Yeah, king e6, and I don't know what white is aiming for. Just a bad position. Kashlinska against Kostyanyuk. Wow. That's the cool position, and Kashlinska will try to get something out of there, but it feels like the draw should be very, very easy. Basically, I don't know how exactly, but it feels like it won't take much effort. Let's say bishop g4, just protecting the pawn. Bishop b5 seems very logical. Planning to play bishop f1 and just get rid of this h3 pawn. And then it feels like black can simply retreat on c8, the point being that after bishop f1 we can try to chase this e4 weak pawn. Bishop b7, bishop d3 and bishop c8 back. Yeah, so bishop g4 is played, and it feels like it shouldn't be enough for white to win the game. Just 3 pawns and a bishop against 3 pawns and a bishop. h3 pawn is quite strong, and I mean, in order if white will manage to take it, black will try to trade it for the bigger pawn, let's say for e pawn, and it will be the draw. And yeah, Shuvalov against Guseва. I liked how Shuvalova solved this small puzzle, how to convert the advantage, but rook g7, I don't know why Guseva decided to play rook c5. Maybe knight c4 was the last chance. I didn't see the checkmate after knight c4, but I mean, still the position remains totally lost. Rook c5, g5, king g6, rook g7, king h5. But then, after king g4, Shuvalova, Polina has found a very good, it's not a tactical solution, but it's just a series of trades which leads to the position that has a very easy and understandable pattern where it's impossible for black to hold these pawns. g6, king f5, g7, rook b3, rook g2, rook b2, king d1, and black is about to resign the game because there is no defense against the very simple plan. Let's say if rook g2, white simply plays h5. Yeah, let's say e4, trying to reach h6, e3, rook h6, and black is not in time to create any counterplay, and their position is just lost. So this is the power of 2 connected pawns in the rook endgame. And Polina is about to win, to make the second, to play the second decisive game in the women's section, the first round of Russian women's superfinals, and the other games are still in progress. Kashlinska-Kostyuk is seemingly a draw, but Kashlinska is still trying to create something, so a4 is a good attempt. And now, what black should do? Probably they should try to transfer the king to the queen side. Let's say play king f6, for example b5, king e7. Well, nothing really changing, because well, probably I've got the idea that Alina wants to implement in the game, because after king e7 probably she wants to play bishop g6, planning to play bishop, b5, king e7, bishop g6. But it doesn't change much because king d6, bishop f5, black has bishop d1, and now black is the side who plays on win. So white has to be accurate there. Even their position is a bit better, but there is no difference theoretically, and I mean practically it's draw. So a5 was played. That's better than to play b5, a4. So what was the move? King is on f6. That's correct. King f6 and a5. That's a good decision. That's definitely a good decision, but even though King e7, bishop g6. It's a good tactical trick because there, after bishop g6, king f6 is a mistake because bishop f5 is probably winning. Black is not in time to stop the pawns on the queen side. Yeah, let's say if takes, king f5, b5, king e6, b6, a takes b6, a6. White is winning. A very important breakthrough. So what to do instead of king e7? Isn't it that easy to make a draw? Because after king e7, bishop g6, king d6 looks a bit awkward. Again, because of bishop f5, let's say. The position has to be drawish somehow. I don't believe can be winning, but obviously white has some practical chances. Let's say king d6, bishop f5, which is very, very tempting. And let's try to calculate the forced line. Yeah, but there is nothing forced because probably still black is fine because bishop e2, let's say white takes the pawn and then king c6, king b5. It should be draw. It should be drawish. Yeah, of course, this is not the position on the board. This is the position on the board. Yeah, but bishop c8 was played. Maybe nothing is wrong with this move, but I'm just a bit surprised why not king e7 and king d6, which seems very logical. Probably black is trying to provoke white to play b4, b5, and then after b5 they can play king e6 or king e7 and then king d6 heading towards the queen side. Well, this position is just drawish and we'll see how long the players will spend their time on the chessboard instead of course, yeah, Alina is trying, but obviously and objectively there is nothing. So bishop c6. Well, king e6 can be played, by the way. A very cute trick. Let's say king e6, bishop b5. Anyway, black has to activate their king somehow. King d6, bishop f1, king c6. Bishop h3. Looks funny, because probably I've blundered it, and it can be winning for white, I don't know. Bishop c6, king... Okay, well, obviously I wanted to play king e6 to leave the trick on the board. Bishop b5, king d6, bishop f1, and now I'm trying to understand if black has something simple there. Yeah, anyway we can play bishop b7 with the same ideas that we've been looking for before. Yeah, the position remains drawish, so this is the to make a draw there with black. By the way, Shovalova has won her game against Guseva. We congratulate Polina. Yeah. A very shaky opening, but then Guseva misplayed something wrongly, playing castle. I think that wasn't a good move. I mean, just in terms of human being. Because you have an active piece, why you just... Well, you want to put your king in a safety, but if your position is better, you have to play the most principal lines if you want to prove that you're better. So, 3 games remaining active, a5 and, well, king d7, a6. Probably it's still a fortress. It's a bit funny, but it can be a fortress for sure. Yeah, a6, king. I don't know. c6. Well, it shouldn't be Zugzwang. It shouldn't be Zugzwang, I guess, but what is the idea? Let's say a6. And this is the point, because also king c8 is possible, but you never play king c8 if you can play king c6 in this kind of situations. So the question is if king c6 is possible. Let's say I'm just giving you a full tempo and asking, aren't you lack of moves? King h1. The point being that every bishop move hurts black, because then b4 and b5 is hanging, and well, it's not that easy. Obviously black can play king c7, but I don't know if it works. Then bishop e3, white has a plan. Yeah, but bishop e3, then black can play f4, bishop retreats, and then f3, and this has to be draw for sure, because like king is trapped, and we can just control the b4 square, and it will be impossible to win. So I think after king h1, yeah, sorry, king c8, yeah, we can start with king h1. I don't think anything wrong with it. I don't see anything wrong with it. King h1, king c6, probably back, then f3 first. So the point being that we don't allow f4 and f3 at once, and our idea is to play bishop e3 and f4. So I think this is the point. So, but f3 was played immediately by Natalia Pagonina. But then after f3, can we try something very ridiculous? Let's say h2 or bishop g3 and h2, I don't know. But it feels like white's pawns can be in tempo too. Yeah, of course, yeah, white should be winning there, because b4, b5, b6, bishop and a pair of pawns should be enough against the naked king. King b8 is played, and probably bishop e3 was the idea, trying to, yeah, creating an idea to play f3, f4. Bishop e3 is played. And what to do there? So probably still black is in trouble, because f4, king h2, king h3 is a threat. It's not that easy to find the defensive plan, because once again, if bishop g3, then we allow white to play b4, b5, b6, which really hurts. Maybe doesn't win instantly, but hurts so much. Yeah, but b4, b5, yeah, b6. Maybe Pagonina just played a very wonderful endgame and proved she was better. Yeah, black is also very low on time, and in this kind of position, they doesn't have a bunch of ideas. So the other game has ended, and Kashlinskaya has agreed on draw against Kosenyuk, which was quite predictable because the position was drawish, and we have 2 games left: Pagonina against Grigorieva and Garifulina against Galyamova, where in the first game white is seemingly winning, and in Garifulina against Galyamova, well, what happened? Isn't Garifulina just that tricky because she was optically lost? And then, so that was the position, bishop knight e3, bishop g5, knight d5. Also, she has found the way how to transfer the knight on b4, but the question, so the point being that after bishop b2, probably rook a2 was blundered. Just in the first point of view, let's say bishop a2, knight c6, bishop c3, d7, king d7, but it still was a practical chance. It still was a practical chance. Probably the position is still drawish, but okay, black is still pressing. In the current position, I don't know if black is still pressing because king h4, king h5 is coming. Maybe bishop b2 was a better practical chance if I'm not blundering anything badly. Yeah, once again, rook e2, bishop e2, knight c6. Yeah, it seems that black has to take on c3, otherwise white will play knight e5 even. Yeah, so yeah, Garifulina escaped from a very difficult position. From a very difficult position. But Pagonina against Grigorieva, yeah. Black has 27 seconds, now less, and what is the plan, by the way? b7 is not threatening in once, but still white can try to improve this position, their position. King b8. Yeah, probably I've got it. Probably the idea that white plays bishop c5, let's say. King a8, bishop e7, king b8, bishop d8, and the point being that we are threatening to play bishop c7 and a7. So this seems to be the winning plan for white. It's very beautiful, but I don't see any other ideas. I'm sorry, yeah. But f4 is played well. f4. I'm not 100% sure if white can make black being in Zugzwang. So let's say if king a8 or h4, well, h4 is also fine. King h1, king a8. What was the idea? I don't know how white will progress there. I think Natalia has made a critical mistake, because instead of f4, yeah, wow. Yeah, just let's try to find the defense against bishop c5, because it looks very natural. Okay, once again, if h4, bishop e7, or can it be drawish? Can it be just drawish as well? I don't know. bishop e7, let's say, king a8. No, but it shouldn't be, because in this case our bishop is more active, and after bishop c7, once again bishop c7 is illegal because of a7 and white is winning. But in case if black declines the trade, after bishop c7, king c8, white simply plays f4, and then the position is just winning. Also in a very beautiful manner. Yeah, f4, let's say, yeah, so at some point black is in a Zugzwang. We can even play king g2, h3, king h1, bishop c7, king h2, easily winning the game. So it seems to me that f4 was a critical mistake, because white's bishop remained passive, and it could cost Natalia a point. So bishop c1, yeah, I don't see any idea there. Bishop c1 is played, Garifulin against Galamova. Yeah, the draw has to be agreed very, very soon. And I don't know who is even trying. Okay, the position is just drawish. So we should focus on the last game, the last interesting, and well, the result is still not predictable, because it seems to me the position is drawish, but there is a severe trouble for both players. Even theoretically white can blunder something, but I don't know how. But after bishop c1, yeah, f4 could have been a mistake. Bishop e3. Yeah, so Garifulina Galamova. The draw agreed, bishop d2 is played, and well, some drama in the women's section. Once again, f4 was a bit premature. Bishop c5, bishop e7, bishop g8 plan probably was winning the game. Yeah, so now they're just repeating the moves. White is lack of ideas, and young Grigorieva Yulia is about to score the first half of a point in her first superfinal against the former vice champion Natalia Pogonina, which is a quite good result for her. Moreover, considering the situation on the board that was. h2 was played, and now Natalia is trying to Zugzwang her opponent. But you know what? Maybe I was also wrong. Maybe Natalia just made another good decision. King g2, and again, there can be a Zugzwang, another Zugzwang, once again. I've said everything wrong, because once again king c7 is illegal because bishop a7, but her idea was just fantastic. h3, king h1, once again another Zugzwang. Yeah, h3, king h1, and black has to resign. Bravo, Natalia. Also, yeah, probably f4 was also winning, and yeah, just a fantastic finish for Natalia, convincingly winning her game, and personally showing me that I was wrong and she was also right. And yeah, bishop e1 is played, but yeah, black has to resign quite soon. King h2, or even bishop e5. Bishop d4, sorry, bishop e5, winning the game. Yeah, so Natalia found just another way how to win her endgame in a very beautiful manner. putting her opponent in Zugzwang. And we are about to finish the first day of Russian Superfinals, a very tense day. 3 decisive games in women's section, 3 decisive games in men's section. Yeah, some kind of, it's not a coincidence, but it's a symmetry. Bishop d4 is played, bishop e5, but then bishop e5, bishop c7. I think Natalia will simply take on c7. And her opponent resigned the game. Bravo, Natalia. Study like endgame, and she found the way how to make problems and made water almost out of a stone. Very good technique, very deep understanding of the endgame. And Pogonyina Natalia wins her first game, so now it's time to quickly, briefly look for the standings after the round 1, observe the results. So in the men's section, there are 3 leaders: Karakin, Nepomniachtchi, and Dubov, which could have been considered as favorites of this event, but as well as the players who made the draw in the first round, players like Nikita Vityugov and Peter Svidler, and apparently Vladislav Artemiev. And in the women's section, Shuvalova, Goryachkin, and Pogonin took the lead. And tomorrow it will be another day with another intriguing games. Obviously, I'll be with you, try to entertain you, to make proper chess content. Yes, the arbiters are fixing protocols and everything will be set for the tomorrow's round. Yeah, I'll ask to once again to put the scores on the screen, the score sheets. Just briefly observing the results of the day 1. Yeah, so still some small mess in the playing hall, but everything is ready. Some anti-COVID measures, but obviously all of the players are healthy, otherwise this event wouldn't take place. And well, the first round of the Russian Superfinals ended. We have 3 leaders in women's section, 3 leaders men's section, 10 more rounds to go. Still a lot of intrigue, very interesting and picturesque games, and more games that will entertain you, more intriguing games, so stay tuned. Russian Superfinals, me, Daniil, Yuffa. See you tomorrow, bye.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.